back, and I'm not dead yet. Hail Wakazashi's tea house, good to meet you today. Hail brightest day, I'm pop culture curator. I love food, we all do, and thanks for showing up. Hail Diller Draws, he's a great artist, you should check him out. Hail Alexander, live long and prosper. Hail LVG of Geeks and Joy. Hail Mega Cropper, ready to rumble. Hail AT Derivative Jill, Slasher McSplitter. Yo, when will we see you again? Oh hey, there you are. What's up, my friend? It's been way too long. Yes, this is live, this is not a skit or a rerun. Captain Marty Spock, broccoli and hot peppers. We're gonna have a chill night tonight. All right. Hey, thanks for joining me.
Yeah, no problem.
You turn the names back on here.
Is that like stock music? Is that like public domain music?
Sort of. It's not the stock music that comes with StreamYard, but it is copyright-free music from YouTube.
Gotcha.
Although I do have FL Studio, so if I take enough time, I have the ability to make custom music on my own. And Jens said he was gonna make a track for me. He's got guitar and computer, so that'll be cool. That's custom music.
Does he play electric guitar? I thought he just played acoustic.
I've heard him play electric. He did like a 2-hour set once with a friend of his who's a DJ. His friend was just like spinning, and he was freestyling on guitar. It was pretty cool.
I did not know that.
Oh, hey, Edge of Time. Hat Mama. Oh yeah, what's a no mask peace spray? Hail Salty Texas Sea. Yeah, good talking to you earlier. Yeah, I did that 70s Rock Fans show like a couple hours ago. We had Salty on, Wakazashi was on, and Courtney. Yeah, we're just talking about music.
Yeah, pop culture. We're talking about Jens.
Yeah. Hail the Nerdporial Lifeform. He's got a good channel too. He works hard on that channel. I've seen him grow from like 100 subscribers to 1,000 in like a couple months. It was pretty impressive.
Jeez. Putting in some work.
Hail TJ2000. Yeah, no, he puts in the work. Hey, I got a violin, just saying.
I'm going to be dead before I reach 300.
Well, you're almost there now, aren't you?
273.
All right, well, the bot still has your link, so let's drop it. Nerporial says, I grew up so fast. I know you did. Seems like only yesterday. No, see, Nerporial, I used to see him out there, like, promoting himself, like, hustling. Like, oh, hey, do you like, what's something random? Not something big like Star Wars or Star Trek. Let's say, like, Blade Runner. I mean, it's big to me, but it's not as big. Oh, do you like Blade Runner? I have a video coming out in 2 days about Blade Runner, right? So he'd get you with the hook. He'd be like, okay, and you go sub, and then he would drop the video right on time. So, I respect the hustle. You guys talk about Jens? Yes. Yeah, Jens is a musician. Yeah, no, I think he actually performs sometimes. Sometimes he says he's going out to some place to play guitar. Well, yeah.
He calls it busking.
Busking. Yeah, he goes out with his guitar to busk. Cheers.
I swear, the first time he said busking, I thought he was talking along the lines of like waiting tables, like bussing, like a bus boy.
Oh yeah, right. Promoting himself shamelessly. Yeah, right. Hey, there's no room for shame in this game. What Runner? You should check it out. It's a great movie from 1982.
I sat through that movie. I sat through that movie once. I don't know if I can't remember. Other than the way it looked, I don't think I liked it. But that's just me.
Well, dude, I grew up watching sci-fi movies with my dad, and so the first time I ever saw Blade Runner was on VHS. And but I think it was already the director's cut because there was no monologue. But I remember there's my dad kept rewinding to watch the titties, the 3 seconds of titties, like 5 times. Yeah, he's like, "Oh, don't tell your mom. Self-promotion is the best promotion." Yeah.
Oh, see, your dad was cool because my dad would have been like, "Get the fuck out of the room."
Yeah. No.
I could watch people get their heads chopped off and fucking blown to bits with fucking grenades, but no titties.
Yeah, well, that's America. I mean, I remember once I started, in high school, I had my own TV in my room. It was like a CRT. And I went to Radio Shack and I bought this antenna. And it had everything, every kind of antenna on it. It had like a big disc. And then there was like and you could like pivot the disc, like forward or back. And then there was a ring around that and you could rotate the ring. And then it had rabbit ears, right? And so you could move the rabbit ears around. So I could tune in channel. I was in Detroit, so I could tune in channels as far away as like Ottawa, right? Because I think TVO is the Ontario main station, channel 32, and I could get we could already get channel 9 CBC, but I could get TVO, right? And they'd be showing movies at night, uncut, and I started to realize that maybe a little bit in Canada, but even more so in Europe, that they didn't have quite the same standard as we did as far as censorship, right? Because I can see someone get a gun put to the back of their head and get their eyeballs blown out the front of their skull, after like 8 p.m. on American TV, but ER can't show a woman's nipple if they're doing like heart surgery, so it's and growing up with that, it didn't really seem weird to me because it was all I'd ever known. But then, I started to realize other people were like, doesn't that seem crazy to you? I'm like, yeah, well, it didn't before, but now that you mention it, yeah, it kind of does, which is more harmful to society as a whole, violence or nudity.
I remember getting rushed out of the room as a little kid when Terminator was on. Not all the violent scenes I could fucking watch, But once Sarah Connor and Kyle Reese had that sex scene, and there was a glimpse of Linda Hamilton's side tit, that was it. I was whisked right out of that fucking room.
I mean, and what's it really going to do to you? As a kid, what's it going to do to see
a killer robot going around shooting people in the face? You know what I mean?
Right. Which one's going to give you nightmares? Which one's gonna mess you up?
Oh no, a nipple.
Right. Well, maybe it's the difference between reality and fantasy. Because the violence is all fantasy and special effects. But those titties are real titties.
Yeah, I guess that could be a defense for that. It's like it's just fake blood, and
it's not a good one.
Just a fake skull that exploded, but that's the real titty right there.
Right. It's a contextual. Contextual titty.
It's lame logic, but it still kind of is. I guess parental loopholes.
Right, but it's a contextual titty. It's not like the actress is walking on the street with them hanging out. There's a setup. There's a plot reason why this is happening. But,
and there's also it's also not like I'm watching a porno. It's not like they decided to put a 5-minute legit porno scene in the middle of the first Terminator.
Right. Well, and it's funny because what it's funny you mention that because what really blew my mind was the first time was when Titanic came out and it was PG-13, and then I found out there was titties in it. I was like, what? How can how can that be allowed? How did the MPAA allow that to happen? And then, because I was like, what, 10 years old maybe, and
Mhm.
someone explained, well, it's artistic nudity. And I was like,
Ah,
what does that have to do with anything? I didn't understand. They're like, no, it's context. I'm like, what? No, it's contextual. It's like, so sometimes you can get away with it if it's like a non-sexual context, such as artistic nudity. That's how they got around it. And it blew my mind because I was pretty young and I'd never seen that happen before. I'd never seen a precedent for that. What's going on, Hex Allen?
hello.
Welcome. I like the sequel, but the original is in my top 3. I'll talk about Blade Runner. Yeah, no, I like the sequel. I went to the theater with a friend of mine, and we were
Is
like
that
the only people there.
the Ryan Gosling one?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
as K, where he's got his his holographic girlfriend Joy.
Yeah, the hot chick, Anna de Armas. Is that her name?
Yeah, Ana de Armas. Yeah, and honestly, the evil replicant chick, Love, was pretty hot too. But I have a thing for women who can murder me.
I'm just saying because I know I've seen pictures of the movie and they had that woman's face on the big screen. That's the only reason I know about that.
Oh yeah, yeah, and yeah, there's a giant hologram of her in the movie, and sometimes I'll watch something and I'll think, man, that was just as good as this other thing, and then I'll go back and watch the other thing, and I'll remember, oh no, this is way better. So like Blade Runner, I thought the sequel, like, man, that was really good. Maybe not quite as good as Blade Runner, but almost as good. And then I went back and watched Blade Runner, and I'm like, oh, you know what, this is way better.
So you
Because
think that one was better?
oh yeah, no, it's way better. I mean, 2049 is good, but if you're expecting it to be 100% canonical, well, you could ask Captain Marty Spock about that. He's spoken at length and will continue to do so about the canonicity of Blade Runner 2049. Because I mean, for one thing, it's a sequel to a movie that's based on a book, but it's not a sequel to the book, right? Unlike Doctor Sleep, which is a sequel to both the Shining novel and Kubrick's The Shining, the film.
Oh,
Which,
I completely forgot about that one from a
yeah,
few.
yeah, no,
few
I
yeah,
didn't
right?
even know it had come out. It came out like a couple years ago, and a friend of mine
Yeah.
told me about it. And she's like, "Have you seen Doctor Sleep?" I'm like, "Never even heard of it." It was already out, and I think a lot of people didn't know about it. But yeah, no, it's Ewan McGregor as a grown-up Danny Torrance, and he still has The Shining, but he's like an alcoholic because he tries to suppress, his gift. And somehow, even though the movie was completely different from the book, somehow that movie manages to be a sequel to both. And I do need to check that out. But I don't know if I should read the novel first or if it matters. Um, oh, you know what? I didn't know if anyone was going to join us tonight, but we got Cardinal Sin here. Welcome, Cardinal Sin.
Greetings.
Hello.
Uh,
How you
let's
doing?
see. I almost forgot. Where is it?
Well,
I
Carol
have
said,
one.
said in the chat that she's gonna come through.
Okay. Yeah, well, I figured it'd be a slow night tonight, at least to start off with.
Cardinal Sin?
There you go. I got an Angry Bird clip for you. It's the only one I could
Whoa.
find. Yeah,
Totally took me by surprise. Can you do that again?
yeah.
Cardinal Sin? Wow, I've got to get a copy of that, man.
Yeah, I can send it to you. And who knew there was an Angry Birds movie?
Who knew that an angry bird would say Cardinal Sin?
Yeah, I haven't seen it, so I don't know the context for it.
I've played the game, but that's it. Or one of the many Angry Birds games.
Yeah, I got my mom playing that like 8 years ago.
I think Angry Birds is a really good game for very young and very old people.
Yeah.
And children of all ages, of course.
Of course. Hey, Sherry. See, no, this claim lost all credibility with claim that 2049 isn't canon. See, I don't know about that because, yeah, within the context of 2049, it appears to be canon. But if you go back to the original, I don't know if you would necessarily say that that's the only future that could come from that movie.
What I've heard is that the reason that Ridley Scott was the executive producer and that Denis Villeneuve was the director was that Ridley Scott didn't want to go there.
Yeah, he's kind of, I don't know. Sometimes he does and sometimes he doesn't, right?
I mean, let's face it. Ridley Scott is a really good cinematographer. But an actor's director? Maybe not so much. I'm sure that since 1982 he's gotten better, but yeah. Did he direct Doctor Sleep?
No, that's just another movie we were talking about.
Oh, I was like, Doctor Sleep kicked ass. I love that movie.
Oh, see, I'm glad that you recommend it. Yeah, it just makes me want to watch it more.
Oh, and, yeah, it's really good.
Captain himself says it's how I gained credibility because I backed my claim up, and he has. At length many times. And let's see. Let me get my clips because we got 2 more people showing up.
When they are on the road and have given the signal, we will engage from the Canadian side of the bridge.
Canadian. Shit.
I smoke weed every second of every day.
Welcome, Canadian Spider-Man.
Hello.
Welcome, Canadian Spider-Man.
What's up?
That was a very cool intro. I appreciate that.
That was a lot of clips.
That was
the
4
efforts.
intros.
The effort that was put into that is much appreciated.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening.
How are you doing, Spidey?
We have one more coming in though.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, where is Carol?
Carol? Carol?
Wait a minute! Yeah, where's Carol?
Fabulous cookies.
Hey, Carol.
What's up, Carol?
Hi.
How's
Hey,
it going, Carol? How are the...
I thought you were gonna...
What's the cookie
Yeah.
of the day today?
That's a good question.
Oh, I didn't make any, so you get a rock.
We'll just call them snickerdoodles and be done with it.
Snickerdoodles.
I don't think I'd know a
Okay.
snickerdoodle if I ate one.
No.
Oh, pshaw.
Hello, everybody in the chat. Hi, Kelly.
Dillard Draws says, I can see Cardinalson's crotch and it's making me feel some sort of way.
Oh, no, Dillard.
There,
You're gonna
how's
cross
that?
line.
Cardinal, are you familiar with
Awesome.
Dillard's sense of humor?
No, I'm not.
He's a comic artist, so you know.
Comic artist. How is that different from... Oh, you mean like he draws comics?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he draws.
I
He draws
thought you
comics.
were, like giving some highfalutin idea of like a comedian.
No,
you know,
no. Well,
who's
sometimes.
really snooty. You know, he's a comic artist.
Yeah,
That's
you know,
just
the
right.
boys are
how
off
bad
the wall.
my brain works.
He does the drawings.
Yeah, he does. He's actually really good at it. Oh, hey,
Yeah,
Raquel.
he's okay.
Is he in a bathtub doing drawings like Simon?
I like to do drawings.
Press the eagle. The eagle. Wait, Mega Cropper, why are you promising people a place on the panel? On your panel?
Whose panel?
I hope he means his own panel. And I don't think I'm subscribed to Mega Cropper. I'm not sure. I think I've looked him up in the past, but sometimes you can't find people even when you look them up.
How are you this evening, Darius? You sound chipper.
Yeah. Well, you know, I had a lot of stuff to take care of, and you know, I took the last couple Mondays off, but I did get a lot done, and I'm feeling pretty good about it.
Good. Sense
So,
of accomplishment.
Yeah, I hope you didn't mind. I mean, I know I get a lot of messages
Asking
when I
for
do a
Canadian
show.
Spider-Man's phone number.
Yeah, well,
That too.
that was a whole other thing that we, you know, I had to, not Sherlock Holmes, but you know, we're glad
Bruce
we
Wayne.
did.
I'm sorry. I'll stop being difficult.
Bruce Wayne, I would say.
Oh yeah, the world's greatest detective. Apparently, what's his name? Pattinson just found out that Batman is the world's greatest detective.
Oh please, no. Oh.
Okay, now I have a question.
What?
Is it like a Mandela effect that I'm the only person that heard that they were doing away with Robert Pattinson and Ethan Hawke was going to play Batman?
I never heard that.
What?
I mean,
Ethan Hawke.
they already shot the movie.
Well, this was back when there was all the stuff about him, you know, doing a bit of the old in out with the Catwoman on the set.
Giggity.
Giggity,
Difficult.
giggity,
Oh, he
giggity,
was
giggity.
banging Zoe Kravitz?
Yeah, Lenny Kravitz Jr. Hail the time prophet.
He's on Team Biscuit.
How are you, Carol? Cardinal Sin, very good to see you. Slasher Mix Better, good to see
I'm
you.
good, Spidey.
Lovely to see you.
And
Yeah,
Spidey,
he's
Time Prophet reaffirms he's very glad to see you alive.
I am
Yes, we all
well
are.
alive.
Do sheep dream
I'm
of
glad
electric
to
eel?
see that you're all still alive.
Well, mostly
we
alive.
we are so far.
Hi, Slasher.
It's not been made illegal yet.
Hi again, Carol.
Being alive?
Not yet.
Well, hopefully it
You-
stays that way.
You seem to be intimating that at some point it will be against the law to be alive. And then my posit to you
I
would
am.
be, if that's the case, who's going to enforce it?
Maybe well, I don't want to get into it. We'll have perhaps the man
we'll deal
that
with
said
that later.
people like me
Oh.
take up space and won't be tolerated. Perhaps that guy would enforce it.
You're just
Eater.
a useless eater. You're a empty vessel.
Words of our prime minister, folks.
Yep.
That guy. Hey, Pickle. Welcome. I don't have a pickle clip, but I do have a
Pickles
pickles
here?
clip.
You've got a Pickle Rick clip, I'm sure.
Baby, who wants a pickle? Pickles! I want pickles!
Go fetch pickles!
Pickles?
Well, I got those for LDG, but you know, I'm glad to see Philosophical Pickle here. I usually see him over on Halogen Helix in the wee hours of the morning / night. Do Android stream of electric hemorrhoids. I'll tell you after the show. Time to get high with Spidey.
Want to get high? I'll get high. Let's get high.
I can't
Yeah,
get
I'm
high. I live
grinding.
in Kansas.
Want to do bong hit?
Hail, Anonymous. Hey! Speaking of LDG, welcome. Those are for me, but sharing is caring. Oh, hail, Brian Hepburn. Good to see you. Oh, sub-prime minister. Sub-prime. Oh, I get it. Sub-prime. He's a sub-prime minister. Oh, what's up, deranged lunatic? Oh, I think I skipped over a little bit.
When I first enter a stream, I tend to say hello to people in groups, and then as people trickle in, I may say hello to them individually. So, Dillard, please do not feel slighted.
Hail, Amen Fate. Welcome.
But to be fair, it's because you say hi to so many people. Doing them individually would be taxing.
It would.
Yeah, well, I can do it when I'm on the stream because I can just say it as I go through, and I try not to fall too far behind. But
Yeah,
the more
but
we
you've got
talk,
all those macros you can copy and paste.
well, I do have the bot which saves me time on sharing links.
There you go.
Right.
But as far as saying hi, I guess you're just as human as the rest of us, huh?
Don't tell anybody. Sherry says Ethan Hawke is as bland as oatmeal.
I'm sure I saw.
I agree.
Maybe it was reported in some disreputable website, but I'm sure I saw a video that said that Robert Pattinson was being replaced with Ethan Hawke.
Megaproper says the
swear
Batman is going to be ultra woke. Well, I guess we'll see.
Well, if you don't like that one, we've got hey, Captain Trek, what's up, man?
Welcome, Captain
Not
Trek.
too much.
Good to see you, sir.
Thank you.
What I was saying was, of course, this year we're going to see four Batmen.
Wait, so we got Battinson, and then what else? Is there an animated one?
There's an animated one. There's
Michael Keaton in the Flash
Michael Keaton.
movie, right?
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that one.
and some other Batman. So
Ethan Hawke he did okay in Training Day with
I think
Denzel
Ethan
Washington.
Hawke could make a really good Batman.
They
Well, at
missed
one
the
time,
I'm angry.
you could have.
They missed the. They should have got John Hamm. John Hamm would have been awesome.
Yeah, he would have been a good Batman. Yeah.
Oh, and such a great Bruce Wayne.
He would have been the perfect. See, this is what I think about Christian Bale. Awesome Bruce Wayne, shitty Batman.
Zach said,
I
I heard
can't
Kathleen
say I
Kennedy's going to play
disagree.
Batman. No, they did get Abrams, though, over at Warner Brothers.
To play Batman?
No, but, Kathleen Kennedy's busy ruining everything over at Disney.
You almost got my
at
hopes up
Lucasfilm.
there for a second.
But no,
J.J. Abrams is going to play Batman. Now, I bet he couldn't do any better playing Batman than he could directing or writing it.
I'd rather he played Batman's father when he gets shot in the head. No, Abrams has been bouncing around, ruining one franchise after another.
I know, yeah.
Long
and
enough.
now he's at Warner, and guess what Warner makes?
Batman. I'm surprised he didn't have anything to do with that horrible Matrix 4.
Who did?
I'm surprised that Abrams didn't have anything to do with it.
Didn't. Yeah, well, he doesn't need that. Lana can screw up shows and movies all by herself now.
Apparently.
He's only one man. He can only screw up so much.
There's only one woman, and his her sibling didn't join her in the new Matrix movie. And I think that speaks volumes.
Well, one thing. Oh. What's up, LDG?
Yo,
Did I come at a
LDG?
bad time? I'm sorry. Were you talking
LDG.
about that trash Matrix movie? I can go. I can come back.
What's that, pickles? Pickles?
Yes.
Woo, pickles!
Ooh, pickles.
Pickles.
Yeah,
I love
no,
all the
Actually.
Futurama references.
I don't think that Lana's heart was really in it. And I think that she admits that in the movie. When Neo's talking to what's his face from Mindhunter, and he's like, "Well, Warner Brothers is gonna make the sequel to The Matrix with or without us." I mean,
I
they
haven't
would have.
seen it. I don't plan on seeing it, but I thought that Mindhunters should have gotten as many seasons as they wanted. It
I love
was
that
a
show.
Brilliant show. Even if it was a little, played a little fast and loose with the historical accuracy.
Yeah, but it's really well done. I haven't finished watching it yet, so no spoilers. But no, Mindhunters is great. He doesn't make a good.
That's the
It gets-
problem, though.
It
I
gets
want you
canceled.
to go see it. So after it's a piece of shit, you ask for your refund. That's the only way your voice will be heard.
No, I mean, Mindhunter. Obviously I've seen Matrix 4. Captain Trek watched it with me and my friend W, and for anonymity. But it was. So I'd also heard that Lana used Matrix 4 as a way to deal with the grief of losing their parent, and that Lily didn't want to do that, and that's why.
Lily, that's the other one. Thank you.
And that Lily didn't want to process
Is Lily
grief in that
Larry
way.
or is Lana Larry?
I think Lana was Larry, and that Lily was Andy. I think.
Okay, I'll take your
Pickles.
word for
Do you know? Do you remember which one? Okay.
No,
You
not
are
at the
trying to
moment.
force him off the show, aren't you?
No, well, he's the biggest. I
mean,
consider
who
myself a
cares?
huge
It's-
Matrix fan. Yeah, he doesn't care anymore.
Lana's Lana. Who cares? The movie sucks. She killed her baby. She should get 20 to life. Okay, I'm sorry.
Well,
She's
it would only
wasted
matter which
my
one's
time.
which for the sake of continuity and for if you remember which one did which before, right?
Matter
as
of
far
fact-
as what they contributed.
I want my refund for all the Matrix movies.
For all your
All of
investment
them.
of time.
Yeah,
Even the first one?
Yeah, investment of time. Exactly.
Even the first one?
Yes, even the first one.
Because of his emotional investment and his time investment. It's
You
been
didn't like the first
rendered.
one?
He used to.
No, I love the first one, but this is the Matrix. Like you can't just screw up. If you screw up here, that just wasted all three movies. The fourth movie
kind of
basically said the first three are trash.
It's kind of a knockoff of the Matrix. I mean,
That's bullshit.
Ooh,
I didn't see it, but from what I heard, Trinity was actually the one, and
No,
no,
That was a
it's
theory.
both
It's
of
not-
them. They even
Oh,
said
okay,
it. They
good.
said
it's even
both of
dumber
them.
than that.
yeah,
And,
but the whole thing about Trinity and Neo not knowing each other, and
it was a reset, so they could meet for the first time again and have a meet cute.
when they were older,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah. The whole movie was a big Although I have to pause for a sec because we have a return after many, many months. Welcome back, Inferno LOF.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hello, welcome.
Welcome.
My friend from real life.
You have real life friends?
I do.
Yeah, strangely, it does happen.
He does.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
He also has some he's never met yet.
That's true.
I think that's true. Yeah, in fact,
I met him on your first stream, right? Wasn't he here for your first stream?
yeah, he was
Yeah.
on my
So far,
first
that's the only one.
couple streams. Yeah, back in August, September, August. I think it was the end of August when I started.
September.
Yeah. In fact, we had talked about doing a stream, just the two of us, maybe with LDG, where we talked about like predictions for the Matrix 4, right? At that time, because when we were in middle school, we actually found the original draft of the Matrix Reloaded script online.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm kind of getting an impression of what I've missed here. What was it like?
4?
Yeah.
You don't want to know.
It was a lot like this, just with fewer people.
It was okay. So you remember how The Force Awakens basically just redid the first Star Wars movie, except not as good?
Remember how The Force Awakens basically tried to one-up the first Star Wars movie and did it badly.
Yeah. Imagine if it just redid the first movie, but it didn't one-up it, and it basically made everything that ever happened pointless.
So wait,
Picture, if you
were
will.
any of the twists we were discussing correct?
No.
None.
No, none of them.
None of them. None of them.
None of-
It's like watching shit hit a fan, but in bullet time.
Oh my
Okay?
god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If
pretty
I were
much.
drinking bourbon would have just come out my nose.
Oof.
Dude,
I think I've
it
done that
is
once.
so
It burns.
bad.
It burns.
I want to sue Warner
I feel like I'm
Brothers.
still obligated
Okay?
to
It's that
see
bad.
this for no other
I wanna
reason
sue
than witness the train
them.
wreck for myself. But
Oh well,
Hey, maybe
okay. So
we can get a class action lawsuit going against the Matrix 4.
That movie isn't obvious. It's obvious what they did. It's obvious.
yeah. Well, and LDG here went to the theater to watch it and was so upset that he got a refund.
Oh, good.
And I
Well, you
tweeted
used to
that
be able to
bitch.
do that.
You should be able to do that. You did.
Yes.
I did that.
Yeah,
If they're gonna force us to watch these movies, then fuck that.
I've
I
done
was-
that myself.
I
Oh, hell,
was
Ruben.
fundamentally surprised when it was even
You have,
revealed that
Colonel
there was a Matrix 4 coming out. Like,
Well, okay. There's a scene in the movie. So the movie is also very meta. On top of it, it's
I figured that.
too meta, right? Because it starts out where Neo is just Thomas Anderson, right? But he's a game developer. And he got
Anderson.
he got successful making a game called The Matrix, right? And and then when he goes to talk to his boss, Mr. Smith,
Which is so advanced that people jacked into the game like it was the Matrix.
well, yeah.
And
sort
when
of.
you say jacked into game,
Is this some kind of play on simulation theory, LDG?
Dude, it is
Well,
so.
it kind of did,
It is. Oh god.
but they did
Can we
the
talk about
simulation
something
within a
else?
simulation thing,
It's so bad.
right? So he goes. There's a scene where the boss calls him in to talk to him, and he's like, "Hey, you know, your
Which
Matrix
happens to
games
be-
were great."
What
Well, yeah,
happens to be Agent Smith? Yeah.
Well, I wasn't going to spoil it, but he says to him, you know,
spoiler alerts.
our parent company, Warner Brothers, wants a sequel.
Yeah.
Oh no!
And they're going to make it whether you're involved or not. In the movie, he says that to Tom.
So
And he's like, yeah, all right.
So
I guess
is the
I'll do it.
position of the movie then that the first 3 Matrix films were all the game?
No, but that is the
No,
lie
no.
that Neo has been made to believe in order to keep him docile
Yeah. He's been
in the Matrix.
reinserted into the Matrix, and his new life
I
is
figured that
being
was
this
what
game
was going
creator.
on.
What
Yeah.
I'm confused the most by is how did they make him forget all of the other stuff that happened?
Oh, the blue pills. That's
Blue
what the blue
pills.
pills do. And his analyst, Neil Patrick Harris, is giving him all those blue pills. Are you taking your medication?
It's not just that though.
So we were
Like-
pretty much right about that too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That wasn't much of a leap, though. I mean, we could tell that from the trailer. Yeah, the blue pills suppress.
Oh, I remember they
his
spilled all over the
awareness
place,
of
yeah.
the Matrix, allowing
so-
him to believe in the simulation.
So I, at this point, really kind of don't care about spoilers because, quite frankly, I forgot that the 4th Matrix film even existed until just now.
Lucky for you.
Was I right about the dual Neo theory?
Well, that depends on what you mean by dual Neo, because we were thinking about the original script for Matrix Reloaded, where there was like an anti-Neo,
Right.
and his name was like Greg or something. Speaking of which, hello, Greg.
In the original script?
For the Matrix Reloaded, yeah, there was another person who was born in the Matrix and just sort of developed his own awareness of the Matrix and had
Right.
all of the
Person-
powers of Neo.
Instead of
A
Agent
person-
Smith?
Right. So
Yeah.
basically, that character
No,
and Agent
human.
Smith. Yeah, Agent Smith was still in that early version of the script, but he was just duplicating himself. So they essentially composited both of those characters into
Yeah.
Agent Smith for the final version.
Yep.
However, in the scene where Neo is fighting like the 100 Agent Smiths, basically the bodies are just piling up, and it just becomes this grotesque spectacle where he's just like killing hundreds and hundreds of people as he fights them, and he leaves because he finds it because he's actually killing that many people, right?
Yeah.
And not
Yeah.
just Agent Smith.
He's just absolutely
Yeah.
repulsed by the fact that rebellion has led essentially to the mass murder of the people he's trying to save.
Dude, they didn't even hide that in the 4th movie. So many people died jumping out of windows just to kill themselves. Like it, dude. What? No, dude, no. Can we talk about something else, please?
I'll switch the subject. All I needed to see to not want to see the fourth Matrix movie was the second and the third Matrix movie and Sense 8 on the Sci-Fi Channel.
You know, I
which
never
thought
watched
was
that.
Absolute garbage. But that's just me.
I thought people were liking that show.
That's why it got canceled, huh?
Never heard of
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Not,
Hi,
a lot-
Jenny.
not enough
What it
people.
is.
Hail like a fan.
That was Lana Wachowski's attempt at having a trans character be not only a Mary Sue and the bestest ever, but connecting with other people around the planet who had special abilities, which of course has been done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no,
And, I don't want to jump the train on your chat, Darius, but I'm going to. Liger fan has asked, "Are we
Liger?
allowed to give out spoilers?"
what for Matrix 4?
I assume.
I
No,
wasn't
because
planning on it.
spoilers only matter for good movies.
That's
Shit
what I was
movies.
gonna say.
There's no such thing as a spoiler. It's a shit
What
movie.
if the movie that you think is shit, somebody thinks is amazing?
You're absolutely
That's with Other
correct.
people sometimes, LDJ.
But unfortunately, that doesn't matter.
Well, I'm trying to understand this. Dillard says, also, John Hamm has a John Hogg. This is integral post-Bat Wang era of the DC Black Label series. He's talking about, was it Batman, DC Black Label Batman, where they drew Batman's Wang?
Oh shit!
No.
I forgot.
A fan effort.
Forgot about the Batwing.
They did this at
The Batwing?
here.
It was,
Batwiener?
he was like in shadow. It was like a silhouette of the Batwang.
That's
Really?
that's so ridiculous.
Yeah. I guess they didn't expect it to be such a big deal, and I don't know why it was necessary, but yeah, I think
Hey, why
Black
not?
Label is more of a premium or mature like side label for DC. Welcome, Liger fan. Oh, you like Matrix 4? Well, you know,
No.
and that's fine.
Who?
I'm
Food said
I'm
that?
glad, Liger fan. You know, I'm glad that you were able
Liger.
to enjoy it. Yes, I wouldn't want to take that away from you. I just, I feel like Matrix 4 took a lot of my enthusiasm for the Matrix away. We had a lot of theories about what it was going to be, what was going to happen, and then we
listen,
expected it to be as
If you
well
like the movie,
planned out.
that's
Yeah,
fine. All right. If you like the movie, that's fine. Please do not take offense for the piece of shit that I call it. No offense.
Sherry is shocked. Yeah,
We
JJ's
can
going to
have
do his
different
Superman now.
opinions and still be friends.
Can we for like 5 minutes? Can we stop rebooting DC movies?
Actually,
Everything's a reboot.
a couple of years ago, I called for a 5 or 10 year moratorium on Batman and Superman movies. I think it needs to lie fallow for a while, kind of like Doctor Who did, and then, bring it back. Although obviously those are both tentpole characters for DC. I think that what James Gunn has been doing, makes that workable.
You mean as far as the Suicide Squad?
I haven't seen the Suicide Squad. I did watch a couple episodes of Peacemaker, which I thought were hysterically funny.
Suicide Squad is terrible.
The first one
I want to watch that.
I heard was absolutely awful, but I heard the second one was good.
No, they're both
And-
pretty shitty.
Yeah, the second one was fun. It had fun moments in it, but I watched it with Slasher and JJ, R.I.P. And JJ waited until the
second
end
what?
credits to say, to say that movie was so dumb.
Which one?
The Suicide Squad, the second one. Bad. Yeah.
Dude,
But that's where Peacemaker comes from, right?
Right. Yes.
It was dumb, but it had its moments.
Well, there was stuff that didn't really make sense. It did seem kind of dumb. Like when they go
It
into the town
had
to
It's moments.
They go into the town to look for the Thinker.
Yeah.
While at the same
that was
time,
disappointing.
Well, at the same time, the Thinker is taking a team into the town to look for them, but he knows they're going to be there, so he's setting a trap for them. But when they find him in the bar, they just come up to him and they're like, "Come with us," which I thought was a trap because he said he was, setting a trap for them, and then they just take him out the back. So he didn't have any master plan at all. He didn't lure them into any trap. They just came in and got him. So if he was using himself as bait, it didn't work.
The thing I found really strange about Peacemaker was before the first episode, there was a previously on from the Suicide Squad.
That's kind of funny.
That sort of gave the backstory of the character in case you hadn't seen the movie, which most people hadn't.
I just loved how the first team. I don't want to spoil that movie. It's worth watching.
All right. I thought. Sorry, bit of a spoiler, but I thought that Peacemaker got killed at the end of Suicide Squad.
Yeah, but it's a comic book movie, so you can do it.
No, they showed that.
I thought Idris Elba.
They showed it though. It was like the end scene or towards the end.
He was in the hospital for 5 months after that.
Yeah, they were talking about it. Like, yeah. Saw him in the bed and everything.
It does give them kind of a Superman-ish character that isn't Superman, I mean.
Well, he doesn't have Superman's powers. I don't think he has any powers, does he?
No, he just has gadgets, right? He just has guns and gadgets.
I think so.
And his stuntman is incredibly buff.
I know in the comics, Peacemaker had a fucking, he had a jetpack and shit, too.
In I guess it was the second episode when he went to visit his dad, played by Robert Patrick. Very well played by Robert Patrick, I thought. He had made all.
What's kind of funny?
All these bloody microphone. He'd made all these helmets, and one of them had like a force field, and one of them had a sonic blast, and I thought it was a no-brainer to take the force field one, but he didn't do that.
Wouldn't that suffocate you?
Depends on how long it's on for.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. No. So it's suffocating you until you turn it off.
Just to block an incoming missile or some other superhero who's a brick, As soon as the punch is over, then you can breathe again.
All right, Slasher, I have to ask. Gregory DeGraff said, Brian Hepburn said, JJ's going to do his Superman now. Hopefully not that old Flyby script. Was Superman Flyby the one that was going to be Nick Cage?
It was the Kevin Smith, Tim Burton debacle. Yeah, I think.
Okay.
I think one of the scripts submitted was Flyby. I think.
Okay.
What is Flyby?
It was
the name of the early script that was not developed.
It was a tremendous waste of money from Warner Brothers that they wasted millions and millions of dollars on a movie they didn't even make.
To pile up with all the other mountains of cash that they've lost. like the $500 million they gave to J.J. Abrams sight unseen.
Yeah, well, we've seen what he's done. It's
and it's all been disastrous.
Yeah, well, he'll have a profitable movie, but then he'll ruin franchises. He's an IP killer.
Yeah,
he's an IP raider.
Cinematic
really.
Antichrist.
Yeah.
To quote Doomcock.
Yeah, Liger fan says JJ and Ta-Nehisi Coates are doing a Black Superman.
Oh, that's right.
I have heard about that, but it's not Calvin Ellis. It's not Val Zod. It's like a Black Clark Kent.
Yeah.
Which seems like a waste of both of the other characters that existed in the comics.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, if they did one of those characters, then they could even do, a multiverse story eventually.
Yeah.
Right?
Right, because you could tell a Black Superman story using one of the Black Supermen that already exists. But they don't like to do that.
I mean, any Kryptonian that comes near a yellow sun gains Superman's powers. So,
right.
Just start with a different character. And don't call him Batman or Superman. Definitely don't.
Well, I
call
mean,
him
but
Batman.
they are, yes.
Don't call him Batman.
They're alternate Supermen.
Don't call me Batman.
Right, but it's something that can be adapted, right? But he wants to do things the JJ way.
Well, when Batman and Superman become public domain in the 2030s, yeah, let's see what happens when people.
Thank you.
Well,
let's see what happens when people start to make their own shit.
Yeah, he's doing it this way because it's virtue signaling to the max.
Public domain will save us all.
Well, yeah, public domain and passionate fandom could end up. It'll probably make better adaptations, better IP. I mean, everything that JJ kills, if it became public domain, I mean, fans could save it, especially with technology at the level where it is now.
Like Axanar, except not like Axanar because
they got axed.
Made up these draconian fan film rules that no one could possibly be expected to follow, one of which is illegal. If I'm an actor, I'm going to fucking play whatever character I want if there's a paycheck in it for me, even if I'm working for scale.
Nobody ever gets a refund in Britain. What was the law then? Or what was the illegal rule that they enforced about acting?
That they said that they could not, in fan films from that point forward, nobody could appear in a Star Trek fan film that had been an actual cast member on any Star Trek show.
Oh, wow.
Which
was bullshit.
In Axanar, Robert Meyer Burnett did the Vulcan scene where Ambassador Saval, played by Gary Graham, and his wife / ambassador are walking across Vulcan, and as a proof of concept, they shot it all outdoors with a 30-foot green screen, and they had to keep moving the set all day to make it look like, the sun was coming from overhead. And it was a great scene, and, I think it proved the proof of concept. But Gary Graham had been in Enterprise, and so, Paramount Plus at the time, Viacom, CBS, whatever they were called, took issue with that, and that's against the law. If I'm a SAG actor, you can't tell me I can't play a certain character in a fan film. Now, all the rest of the rules they had control over. They were still draconian, but that one rule just doesn't wash. If it actually made it to court, I don't think that it would survive.
Yeah, because a lot of Star Trek actors had appeared in fan films over the years.
Oh, not the least of which was George Takei in the Mark Scott Zicree World Enough in Time, which was an excellent story. Yeah, and the guy that played Apollo was on The New Voyages, I think, or Phase 2. Yeah, there have been lots of really good actors along the way, and frankly...
What's up, Jason?
CBS was just scared to death that Axanar was going to end up looking better than their JJ films, which it did, and make more sense than the JJ films, which it did.
His science is so bad.
Well, yeah, he doesn't care about science.
No, and he's admitted that. But he also doesn't think that the audience cares, right? It's just something's happening. What's up, Low Spec? JJ's producing that, but he still wants to direct his definitive Superman, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Avatar was such a bad experience, I haven't returned to theaters since.
Did Captain Trek literally just pop in and pop out?
I think so. He didn't say goodbye. I don't think he said anything. What? I hope he's okay.
He left something in the private chat.
Okay. He said, he didn't have any comment. You watch it in Matrix. Okay. Keanu Reeves will be 84 before we see Matrix 5. I don't think we're ever going to see Matrix 5.
God, I hope not. Unless it's Matrix 5, The Apology.
Matrix.
Have they started filming Matrix 5 at all? Did they have a script?
No.
I'm sure after Matrix 4 bombed, there's no more future for it. However, I am very excited to see John Wick 4. Which I'm
excited.
I think it's going to be a feature-length martial arts extravaganza.
Yeah, I don't have any reason yet to doubt that it's going to be awesome.
Well, they keep getting better and better, you know?
Yeah, I like the third one as much as the first one.
Oh, yeah, Parabellum was excellent.
Yeah, I liked all three of them.
And with each film, there's more world building, and there's more very well choreographed fight scenes and gratuitous violence, which is absolutely essential to the plot. So I guess it's not gratuitous, but
lack of boobs, though.
The thing that really turned me around on it was finding out that Keanu Reeves is actually a practicing martial artist who works out every day, and that it doesn't require a 6-month training period for him, like it does actors that start out with no training.
Yeah, and he does gun training too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Have you seen his YouTube footage? Some of it. He's adept.
He's got a YouTube channel?
No, but I've seen footage of him on various YouTube channels.
Lagerfan says Neo wasn't jacked into the Matrix game. Yeah, I didn't think so either. There are scenes shot in the world of the game within the Matrix.
No,
but
Darius, Lagerfan is saying, wait, the New World Order wasn't jacked into the Matrix game.
I think it means Neo. Because, yeah, Neo... I'm pretty sure Neo doesn't go into the game that he's created, but the movie does begin in a game that he's programming within the Matrix. But it's like a setup. Basically, they're recreating the first scene from the first Matrix film, and that's the first thing you see in Matrix 4, except that the characters are swapped. Right? So where the new Morpheus is now taking the place of Agent Smith, with the suit and the sunglasses. He's going in to get Trinity, right?
By the way, just from ignorance, I ask this. Did they explain why everybody except Morpheus was an old cast member? Was it because Larry Fishburne didn't want to do it, or they didn't pay him enough? Or
no, they've never admitted why that was. Larry
Do you
Fishburne
have intuition?
Well, Larry Fishburne said you'd have to ask Lana about that, but apparently they did not ask him to be in the movie.
That's so weird.
And I think he would have been in the movie if they'd asked him.
Well, yeah.
Now with Hugo Weaving, we know they asked him, but he declined because he
turned it down.
Yeah, he's doing a theatrical performance. Possibly on Broadway.
He's on Broadway or something?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know if it's actually Broadway, but yeah, and Warner Brothers were in such a rush to make this movie that they don't want to wait for him, so they just replaced him with the guy from Mindhunter.
Oh, okay. It was a scheduling conflict.
Right. For Hugo Weaving.
Well, yeah, for Hugo Weaving, yeah.
Sounds like Reverse Tron. Yeah, kind of. It kind of is.
Reverse Tron. Ah! That would be extremely painful.
Yeah, well, there's a character in a modal. The modal is like the Matrix within the Matrix. It's like a mini Matrix. And there's a character from within the modal that pops out into the greater Matrix. So it's kind of like Reverse Tron.
Is the modal like a pet rock or something?
No, it's like a simulation within the simulation. It's like a smaller, more
meta.
contained
I see. Okay.
mini Matrix that's running on Neo's computer. in the Matrix.
The Matrix inside the Matrix.
Right. But a character is able to leave the modal and enter the Matrix without having to unplug. We actually never see how he gets there. We just see him in the modal, and then later we see him pop up in the Matrix.
And he's still unplugged?
He was never plugged in. He's a simulated character. So he was created in the modal.
Didn't
so he's
you say
a program.
he was born in the Matrix?
He was born in the modal. And so he's able
and
to...
the modal is inside the Matrix.
Right. Yeah. See, this is the movie. So he's able to escape from the modal into the Matrix, but he doesn't have to unplug because he's already a program. But he's able to run in the Matrix outside of the modal because it's already a simulation.
It does sound like reverse Tron.
Right.
Instead of greetings programs, it's programs.
Yeah. Yeah. And spoiler alert, when you see him in the Matrix, he just pops up out of a bathroom stall.
Okay.
Is it a men's or a women's bathroom
it's a men's, but he's wearing a flamboyant suit. It's like he had an idea. Like he knows that he's supposed to be Morpheus, but it's like he's taking the idea of being Morpheus and exaggerating
fabulous.
It. Well, kind of, yeah. I mean, it is a bright, flamboyant suit, and he just continues to wear increasingly flamboyant costumes throughout the movie, right? As if he knows what Morpheus is, and he's having a lot of fun doing it, even though he's not technically Morpheus. Yeah, yeah.
It'll make sense after you hit the bong.
It sounds to me, again, having not seen the film, but having absorbed what you've all said, it sounds to me like it's a dead end, that there is no coming back from the Matrix 4. Unless they do something that's a screenwriting no-no, like it was all a dream or one of those things, you know.
Right.
I mean, yeah. Well, they already began with like, oh, well, it was all, it was all a game, and any memories you have of it being real are like what do you call it? Not a paranoid delusion, but like a psychosis. So keep taking these blue pills to suppress your psychosis.
One bong hit?
Memories of things that didn't happen.
Right, except they did happen, but he's being convinced that they didn't happen by his analyst.
Ah.
Yeah, they reprogrammed him like Cypher would have been wiped. Yeah,
right.
Like when Cypher's going to have his mind wiped, kind of like
whatever happened to Cypher, by the way?
He's gone. He got put back into the Matrix and became Joe Pantoliano. With Neil Patrick Harris playing Neil Patrick Harris, kind of. Oh, hey, Six.
Yeah, he sort of always does.
I don't like Greg keeps talking about that.
I'm not sure that's a very fair statement. Wait, you're saying that about Neil Patrick Harris?
Yes.
Saying that he always plays Neil Patrick Harris.
Absolutely true.
But
I was thinking about the actor that played Cypher.
Time Prophet says people jumped out of windows because they didn't want to see the fourth Matrix movie.
I can't blame them.
All right. Captain Marty Spock is off to do his own live stream. By all means, feel free to go check it out. I'll put the link in the chat again.
Raid on Captain Marty Spock's stream.
Hello, Captain.
But not now.
Jill says she's never heard of Sense8. It was it a streaming show?
Yeah.
On Netflix?
It was on, I think it was on Netflix. And I watched as much of it as I possibly could. And eventually I just had to choke myself out while it was still running.
Well, I thought it was about like a team of people, possibly 8 people. But you said it focuses on one main character who's kind of a Mary Sue.
The lead character is a Mary Sue, trans woman, and she's got these special powers, and then later she gets in touch with other people around the planet that have the same sort of special powers in the way that the X-Men have the same sort of special powers.
So
they're all mutants.
Now, are you saying those two things together to suggest that it's an author insert character?
Yes.
Okay. Which is what Mary Sue was to begin with.
Yep.
So, yeah. I haven't seen it. In fact, I don't know if I know anyone else besides you that's seen it. I'd heard that people liked it. and that even people who hated Speed Racer liked Sense8. But I also know people who like Speed Racer. As long as you don't expect it to be just like the anime.
I can't stand what they did to Speed Racer. It was my favorite cartoon growing up, and I feel like they just shit all over it. And Sense8 was something that I gave the benefit of the doubt to because Wachowskis,
right?
Or in this case, a Wachowski.
Well,
yeah. And yeah, just like anti-derivative Jill says, you can't spoil Matrix 4 because it's a dumpster fire.
Okay, so the other friend that I watched it with, his favorite character in the Matrix trilogy was the Merovingian, right? He loved that guy. You know, he just chews up scenery.
He's the probably evil, the best part of the sequel.
Right, he's like a well-dressed devil, right?
Yeah,
and
with a French accent.
Right. When the Merovingian popped up in the Matrix 4, because this is an entirely new version of the Matrix, right? It's been rebooted again. That's what we find out. And he's a guy.
What happened to the old Matrix?
I don't know. It crashed. They rebooted it. So this is
it crashed.
So if we were already in the 6th version of the Matrix, then this would be the 7th version. Everything started over, and it's been running for 60
canonical.
years.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's been running for 60 years, this new version, right? And Neo got put back in. And so
and
Merovingian is a character.
Does this all take place in the near dark future, or is it supposed to be like today?
It appears to take place in the modern day.
Okay. Because that would make sense.
In the Matrix.
Because the internet got started around the same time.
Right. And there's no payphones anymore, but they worked that into the script. Like, yeah, we don't have to go to a payphone anymore. Like,
I mean,
cool.
Deadpool, knocked that one out of the park in a trailer.
Yeah,
teaser even.
Darius, I gotta run to the store. I'm gonna head out.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Slasher, grab me some nails, will you?
I'm not going to the hardware store, but.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I'm glad, Slasher.
Bye, Slasher.
Get him, buddy.
See you later.
All right. And join myself and Slasher on Wednesday on his channel for the movie reviews that we do.
What was your last movie review?
Terrible movie reviews or bad movie. Right?
What's up, Bill?
Hey, what's up, Darius Munchausen?
Hey, Jedi Bill.
Hey,
Bill.
Hey.
Lonesome
Hey,
Jedi
girl.
Bill. High on the radio.
So what happened to the
Lonesome
sparkle?
Jedi Bill.
What happened to what sparkle?
You know
Weren't you watching all the Twilight movies?
What?
Weren't you watching all the Twilight movies in America?
What is that? I don't know what you're talking about.
What,
I don't know
Twilight?
what you're talking about.
They used so many special effects with glitter that even when the actors went into different movies afterward, they still had glitter on them.
Oh, like I'm a little behind on this. He said, "Am I allowed to spoil Matrix 4?" Sure.
Spoil away.
Okay.
I use
The wagon
Matrix 4 as a way to fall asleep. Yeah, it's like you don't need a Viking.
Your head exploding doesn't make you an insomniac.
It's just a natural. It's just a natural sleep aid. It's so goddamn fucking boring. You're just gonna fall asleep.
That reminds me, Jedi Bill. I need to get you on my channel soon, brother.
Right?
No, I'm serious.
No, I hear you, bud.
Oh, okay. It sounded like you were like, oh, yeah, right. Which is what most people say when I invite them on my channel.
I used to be in a crack Suicide Squad, but obviously I wasn't very good at it.
You got to kick that shit, the Time Prophet. It's no good for you.
No, he means because
I see you have a silent pickles in the center square.
No, what he means is if you survive the Suicide
He gets
Squad,
all the
then
good
you've
Paul Lynde references.
Right, then you have failed. Right. It's a dark joke.
By the way, did you know that all of Paul Lynde's jokes were written for him in Hollywood Squares?
No.
Every single one. Of course, by that time, he was a pretty heavy drinker. I saw a documentary about his life, and it was really depressing because he was such a great comedian and crowd pleaser, and did all those old, celebrity roasts, Dean Martin celebrity roasts and stuff. When I was a kid, I really looked up to him and started imitating him as soon as I could.
Well, you are good at doing your impressions.
Why? Thank you.
Lagerfan says Superman Flyby was JJ's script where we saw Luthor having been a second Kryptonian who was sent to Earth or something. That sounds pretty dumb.
See, the thing is with J.J. Abrams is that he's not a Star Wars fan, so they gave him Star Wars. He's not a Star Trek fan, so they gave him Star Trek. He's not a Superman fan, so they're going to give him Superman. I mean, this guy does jump from ISP, from IP to IP, probably ISP to ISP too, and just ruin them, light the match, throw it behind him, and move on to the next thing. Just boom, immediate conflagration.
Yeah, he's the film equivalent of a corporate raider, right? A corporate raider being someone who comes into a company and he raises their stock price by sort of selling out the company. So the stock price goes up, and then they cash in on it, and then they leave to go to another company, and then the stock price falls, and the company loses all of its value.
And all of its employees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And credibility and, value as a brand. Yeah.
Let's see. Michael B. Jordan supposedly submitted a treatment to use Val Zod. I heard he was interested, but he didn't want to play Clark.
Is Val Zod connected to General Zod?
He could be, because he's a Kryptonian character.
Well, yeah, but I mean, is there any relation, or is it just the same name?
I would guess so, because Superman's family is all the House of El, right? Jor-El, and was it Kara-El? House of El. So Zod, I assume, is a House of Zod, but it is an alternate universe. So Slasher would be the one I would ask about that, because he grew up reading a lot of DC comics. Lord Lagerfan could tell us, although I'm a little behind trying to catch up. Just want to throw money away, I'll take every time.
I don't really use ketchup anymore. I'm more onto the mayonnaise.
I thought you were all about the maple syrup.
Oh, with mayonnaise combined, yeah. That's
I don't know about that. Brian Hepford says Flyby also had a Kryptonian origin element, with Jor-El being at war with his brother. That sounds like some Krypton the TV show stuff. Mm-hmm.
Nah, Bill, we can't do that.
Oh yeah, we could. Well, sure, we could do that.
Oh, fine.
What do you mean? You can't do what? I don't know what you're talking about.
Darius, is there no tip jar at the top of your chat?
No. I mean, I have one. I think it drops once an hour, but it's part of the bot.
Once an hour? I can't wait that long.
Well, I originally just set it up to make sure that it was working. You could type the tip command. It works.
I just did.
Cardinal's audience has deeper pockets.
Talked to him for a bit about budgeting for some reason.
Cardinal draws a more upscale clientele.
Oh, Time Prophet said I'm going to bed in 2 minutes.
That
was like 20 minutes ago, so have a good night, the Time Prophet. Let's see, Richard Hatch. Richard Hatch was in Battlestar Galactica, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was that also the name of the first winner of Survivor?
Yes.
Okay. Just a coincidence. Thanks, Jill. Axanar was going to be better, just too bad we'll never get it now. Yeah, because, was it CBS said they put the kibosh on Axanar?
Well, in reality, what actually happened is that... Sorry, I'm multitasking, and I don't have very many brains
to do with fundraising,
begin
like
with.
they were selling merch, or they were fundraising in a way that was illegal, given the fact that it was.
Well, that came later. That came later.
Okay,
but they, they ended up working out a settlement with Axanar.
Oh, hey, Catman.
So Axanar got different rules than other fan films in the end, and what those would be, I'm not sure, but I do know that Alec Peters settled with them rather than, them going to court with each other over it. So I expect that he got some special dispensation that we don't know about yet.
So he still made money off it?
He's still fundraising, and yeah. And
no, it looked like a pretty high quality
LA shoot
fan
coming
film.
up. They shoot in Atlanta, Georgia, but there's always another LA shoot coming up. And, Tobias Richter, the special effects wizard and
That's a pretty cool
genius, is working on Axanar and worked with Robert Meyer Burnett on it.
Mm-hmm.
And, they're all working as volunteers while, Alex making money. He's raising funds. And in his defense, it does cost money to fly people out to LA, et cetera, et cetera. But I think some people have taken issue with how he was raising money. For example, he started out raising money under the Axanar name and was forced to change it to Ares Studios to continue doing fundraising. So...
Time Prophet says he finds with the fan movies, the graphics and the sets are great, but the acting is terrible. And he has talked with some of the 3D modelers on Axanar, which is cool.
I thought that the acting in Axanar was great.
What I saw was great. But I think he's saying in general, the acting is not great.
There's only like 20 minutes of it so far.
Right, because they never got to finish.
Maybe 30, I guess 32 15-minute segments, plus whatever they're going to put out that's going to be the connective tissue, which the rest of the fan films aren't allowed to have.
Well, he says he's seen a couple of fan-made Star Trek movies with the real actors in them, and even they acted bad. So, yeah, it must be down to bad direction.
You never know.
Yeah, it does begin in a sim in the Matrix that Neo wrote. Yeah, Matrix 4 begins in a simulation inside the simulation. They didn't explain why Neo had a beard. That didn't bother me, that he looked like John Wick.
It bothered me, but I realized it was
because they were shooting
John Wick and the Matrix 4 at the same time.
I mean, I don't care that he had a beard. He could grow a beard. But, yeah, he didn't look like Neo used to.
They shaved all of his hair in the first one, facial and otherwise.
But when he gets unplugged later, spoiler alert, when he gets unplugged later in the movie, he is clean shaven. So he does actually shave his head and beard for the movie.
In number 4?
Yeah. Yeah, when you see him in the real world going to Io, which is the new Zion, and meeting up with Niobe, he's totally clean shaven. He may have a 5 o'clock shadow, but that's it.
So they had to film all of his beard scenes separately from all of his non-beard scenes.
Yeah, they would have to.
Either that or the CGI that they used that didn't work so well on Henry Cavill has improved.
Yeah.
That was a joke.
Boys, this is Raquel.
Welcome, Raquel.
Hello,
Hi,
Raquel.
guys. How's everyone doing?
Oh, yeah. Heroes Cookie says, did everyone tune into Jedi Bill's karaoke the other night? Yeah, that was fun. I've been enjoying doing that on Saturday. All the boys sang love songs to me.
Are these karaoke sessions on YouTube or are they on
yeah,
a different
they're on Bill's
kind
channel.
of
Yeah, they're on YouTube.
They're on YouTube. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, Bill goes on
because
Rambling
because
Canucks
the
for a couple
lyrics
hours.
aren't in it, that makes it fair use.
I mean, if you do Carafun karaoke tracks, then usually they'll shut you down or hit you for it.
Yeah.
But
I think LDG may have some inspiration on this matter.
well, if we avoid Carafun, then we usually don't have a problem.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't understand how some people can get away with posting other people's original material to YouTube, and some get no problems with it, and some have their channel erased for it.
Well, they seem to be better at detecting copyrighted material in a live stream than in just an upload.
Ah.
And hello, Gab Stargate.
All right, sorry, I'm back.
Hey, Gab.
I've been away from headset for like half hour.
I know, it
It's
was
all
so
good.
peaceful.
what up, LDG?
Right? Enjoy it while it
Modal.
lasts.
A
Yeah, I
modal
did.
is
That's
usually a
right,
self-contained
boys and
pop-up.
girls. Darius. Yo.
What's up? Liger fan says the Morpheus in Matrix 4 is an app that Neo created. Yeah, apparently because he remembered Morpheus and put a little of Smith in him. Yeah, but he did it subconsciously, which is weird.
I would like to submit a point of order that we never discuss Matrix 4 again.
I think
not just in this live stream, but ever.
Ever.
I second that.
The motion has carried.
Let's see. In Matrix 5, that's not Matrix 4. In Matrix 5, the bots will discover cows make better batteries, and we will get high kicking heifers. Oh yeah, it'd be was it Kung Pao under the fist? Kung Fu Cow? No. Okay.
I know what you're talking about, Darius. I saw that movie with DL not too long ago.
Aren't
Yeah,
they
Brian
making
Hippert's right.
another Kung Pao?
And its own teeny verse.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think so.
I think they are. 2022.
Wow.
Cow Pung?
Kung Pao.
Kung
Enter the
Pao.
fist.
I was making a play on words on the cow part.
Yeah, the analyst is hoping to use the energy power of the anomaly toward his own ends. Yeah, it did make a whole lot of sense.
The motion carried.
Oh, this is from the past, so it doesn't count. It's exempt. Hey, Sapphire Elf. All right, good night, Time Prop.
Hey. The Sapphire Elf is feeling all kinds of... Oh, now I don't remember his name. Hey. You know, he was in Interstellar and True Detective. Matthew McConaughey.
McConaughey who?
McConaughey.
McConaughey.
McConaughey what?
Hey.
McConaughey
You guys are
where?
a tough room.
Right?
Bill, what happened to the sparkle?
Yeah. You didn't explain
All
it.
the sparkle is gone from
It's
Jedi.
magically delicious. They're always
Hey, Moira.
after me, Lucky Charms.
You know, why don't you go to Wally World or Target and get yourself a bedazzle, and you can sparkle anything you want. There you
I'm
go.
gonna sparkle you.
But wait, there's more.
Oh!
Ooh.
I bet you it's harder than it looks on the commercial.
Hey, Bill.
What?
I love you, Bill.
You
Aw.
heard it here first.
Spidey?
And I
Love
can't
you, man.
help make Jedi Bill in the Milky Way galaxy
LDG,
get the
love you too,
700
man.
subs because I've already subbed.
Baby, who wants a pickle? Pickles! I want pickles!
Super Dave
Right.
Osborne.
They're mine.
Somebody around here.
Thank you.
I need to get a soup clip.
Where is? Yeah, I. Where is
Yes, we're doing well.
Oh,
Super
Moira,
Dave
you never did
Osborne?
anything to
What do
offend me,
you need him?
Moira. You know I love you.
Meow?
Yeah, and you're welcome on. I mean, you can come on, Moira, if you want. I thought you were going to do your own stream about an hour after mine began.
No offense meant, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, no. Moira's always welcome. Let's see. And I told her I was going to do the show.
She did tryouts for Name That Tune last night. She did really good.
Yeah? Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, I'm not surprised that she did a good job, but I didn't realize she was on the show. I fell asleep early last night.
I would have gone, but I know I would be bad at the guessing of the songs.
Yeah. The guessing of the songs. I love that. I love that. That's beautiful. That's exactly what that is. The guessing of the song.
You're not supposed to guess. You're supposed to know. No.
The analyst?
I was trying to find the clip first.
Hey! Moira? What are you having?
Sorry.
It's a slushy.
Mocha breve.
Oh, nice. I just had a chocolate shake as well.
Moira.
There we go.
And besides, what's the point
Now,
of
when you
streaming
say
when everybody I
chocolate
know is
shake.
over here?
Am I the only one having red wine?
Red wine. No, I think
You know, the more the merrier,
ooh,
you know, right?
I almost said that. Never mind.
You be
Ooh.
40. I ain't 40.
Yeah, it was so convoluted.
That's so silly and
Darius,
ridiculous.
tell me, Darius.
Yeah.
Darius, tell me.
Yeah.
When did you know that you were gonna stream tonight?
Like 30 minutes before I started.
Were there any influences on your decision?
Yeah, the fact that I didn't do a show last week or the week before that, and I thought, man, it's been too long. I need to just do it.
So what you been doing?
Yeah. Anything else?
I had to take my car to the shop. Finally. Yeah, no, I just having a lot of stuff going on. Also,
weren't you
nothing?
ill?
Oh, I was before that. Yeah, I wasn't
Your
feeling good
absence
back
is
in
noticed.
January. Yeah. But also, so I work till like 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and then Monday, that 70s Rock fan starts his show like right at 5. So I go and I help him out, and then pretty much that leaves me like, I don't know, maybe a half hour between when we finish over there until I start here. And so if I'm just feeling exhausted, then sometimes I just take a nap. But yeah, no, I mean, I wanted to do it again because I enjoy doing the show, and
Yeah.
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 Why is there something I missed? Yeah, what are you getting at?
No, that's your answer. There's no wrong answer. I just wanted to know what you would say.
You have an
I
answer.
think we were just wondering like why you've neglected us. I think that's all.
Nah.
You're all here.
I wouldn't
Yeah, we're
say that.
here. Like,
Well, to be fair,
how often do you come to ours?
Bill's been hogging
No,
up all the
it's
energy.
okay.
I
Listen,
did a
you didn't
stream
have to
last
notice
week.
anything, okay? That's fine. No worries. I just wanted to know. I asked you. That's all. 30 minutes. You knew you were going to stream 30 minutes before you streamed. That's all. Thank you. I'm good.
That's 30 minutes more notice than I give on some of my shows.
Oh, like midnight to midnight.
Really?
Yeah,
you know what?
especially midnight to
Bullshit.
midnight.
Bullshit, Mr. Fucking. No, listen. I've seen your set reminders for like months. Okay? What are you talking about?
Sometimes.
Me?
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes.
I've seen him schedule like his breathing on YouTube. Okay?
What?
Yeah, he
I
has a
swear to
plan
God, I go to the
everything.
homepage and it's
You can be
like I'm in the
spontaneous.
waiting room. So I go to my subscription page and there's like 19 cardinal sins up there.
Holy shit.
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah,
swear to God.
he'll schedule his scheduled programs happen. Yeah,
Totally.
like Wednesday at
Fuck
4
yeah.
p.m.
I was talking about
Like
midnight to
Rose,
midnight.
like you're taking up Rose.
Midnight to
like you're
midnight
the you're like the
he's got a lot of his future live streams scheduled, like for Wednesdays
It's
and
like
Thursdays.
300.
But he does also do
when he
spontaneous.
decides to do this, it's like 300.
I
You have like
did it
a million
once,
cardinal
and I did
sins.
it with 4 guests.
Well,
because
Sorry about it, Pickles.
I had 4 people for 4 Thursdays in a row already, so I figured, why not?
Yeah, and remember, he did the entire series of The Prisoner, right? So what is that, like 20 episodes?
17.
17
but we did
episodes.
18.
So
then we
he
did
knew
19,
OCD.
so we could watch
I get it,
Colony
but
3.
dear
So
God.
he knew what he was going to be doing and when for the next 17 Wednesdays in a row.
Talk about Christopher Robin. Holy shit.
But he does do spontaneous midnight to midnight streams and unboxings.
Oh, and by the way, okay, I get midnight to midnight, but a 3-hour midnight to midnight? Like, what the hell?
When have I done a 3-hour midnight to midnight?
No, maybe not a 3-hour, but like a 6-hour or a 12-hour.
Be precise, man.
It's,
Well, no,
it's
correct.
not supposed to be
It's-
a 24-hour stream. It's named
But
after
you
a
call it
psychedelic fur song.
midnight to midnight.
It's named after a psychedelic fur song because all the
Ah.
other midnight shows
Careful, there's a fork.
were taken.
Okay. Okay. All right.
See a
Midnight
fork.
I didn't know
metal
that.
and
I didn't know that.
you know, yeah.
I thought it meant midnight to midnight because
No.
when you first did it, I think you did do 24-hour
Nope.
streams.
My first one was
No?
6+ hours. Then they were generally 6+ hours. Then they started becoming 8+ hours, and one went as long as 16 hours. So that would be the
Maybe that
only
was it.
one that would be even close, and it's still a long ways from 24 hours.
Yeah. All right. Hey. It's cool.
So now you know.
Yep. Doing's half the battle. Accepting is the other half.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm not there.
I'm good.
Are you?
I'm good,
This is
baby.
why people don't like me. I'm entirely too honest. He's like, I'm good. I'm like, I'm not over it.
Oh, hey, Robert. And, Guten Morgen, auf nix. All right, let me catch up here. Like Doomcock says, J.J. Abrams is the cinematic Antichrist, exactly. Belzad was General Zod's son in the New 52's Earth 2. Okay.
What, like by adoption?
I don't know. Maybe. Or, I don't know, maybe in Earth 2, General Zod, you know, looked
Oh,
different.
I see.
I don't know. Yeah, we talk about Earth 2. In New 52, Earth 2, not necessarily classic Earth 2. Hail, Robert. Hail, goodest of good sirs.
Ow.
Oh, grab Robert's link. I got it in here somewhere. Oh, man. I'm getting some slowdown. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you just fine.
Okay. I don't know if I'm glitching out.
Yeah.
Because,
What?
you
No,
know,
you
my
sound
process.
fine.
It seems like my computer is slowing down a little bit when I change tabs. So I don't know if it was glitching out.
So far, so good.
All right, let's see. We'll copy that. All right. Hey, Bryce Day, welcome back. He's probably just finished doing a booked. And hey, Courtney. Oh, Cardinal Sin just
So,
leaked.
Darius,
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
we had this question in the waiting room.
Uh-oh.
And you did not answer. So I ask you, if you could have one restaurant attached to your house where you had like a drive-in window you just walk up to and just ask for anything for free 24/7, what would it be?
Taco Bell?
Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? What, I mean, what, to feed your dog?
No, to feed me.
No,
I
because
like
you
Taco
know
Bell.
Taco Bell is one grade away from dog food, right? You know that, right? One
I've
grade.
never eaten dog food.
I agree.
Yeah.
Taco Bell.
It's one
yeah,
grade.
Right away.
One
Nachos
grade
Supreme.
away from
Hell
dog
yeah.
food.
And you could have
Yeah.
chosen the most expensive.
Look it up for
restaurant
yourself.
in
I'm
New
not
York.
kidding. If
Taco
you look
Bell.
this up, you'll see the conspiracy. I swear to God, they will not tell you what they use.
I've eaten dog in northern Vietnam before. It ain't all that bad.
You've had guinea pig too.
Yeah.
That's true. In Peru.
Don't tell Tommy that.
Peru is
Sorry, what?
where the Peruvian cavy comes from. We used to have one when I was growing up. It's pretty much a guinea pig, but it's like an Angora guinea pig, and it was pretty worthless. It didn't do anything but consume and excrete.
I know people
Wow.
like that.
I was just gonna.
You're gonna say that too? I see someone with a Rocco's Modern Life avatar. Don't suppose that's an Aussie? No, I'm afraid not.
I
Sapphire.
love Rocco's Modern Life. Rocco's Modern
Didn't
I haven't
Mark
seen
Mothersbaugh do the
show
music for
since I
that?
was a kid.
Oh no, it was Pat Irwin from the B-52s. Sorry.
Yeah. They did that. Oh, hey, welcome, Sapphire Elf. Speaking of whom,
Hello there.
I saw you ask in the chat. So, yeah, another person I met on Creepy Little Book, just like Raquel and Carol's Cookies.
Yep, we get around.
No, yeah, we do. I see people from there all over the place, whether on like Dark Wolf's Den or on
Conflict Radio.
Yes, thank you. And because I ran into you totally by chance over on Conflict. And then Sapphire Elf, I see you in the
Yeah, I go there
comments
every now and
of a
then.
lot of videos.
Yeah, I shit post a lot, but
No, but it's detailed. It's it's well-founded shit posting.
Hey, I've got a great idea for a change of subject.
What?
Unless we've already discussed it.
Not the Matrix 4, right?
Right.
Ooh.
Amazon's Lord of the Rings, I saw Yellow Flash posted something today that they're scrambling to completely rework it because of all the hundreds of thousands of negative comments they've gotten. Anybody else
Wow.
hear that?
Rework what? What's the rework?
Well,
there's a lot of.
If you remember, they had a Tolkien scholar that they fired.
They had
a
what?
Intimacy coordinator.
Yeah, they're Tolkien scholars.
And they're taking
Well, that
liberties
makes sense.
with
There's biblical scholars.
Tolkien's work, which, when Christopher Tolkien was still alive,
R.I.P.
would mean that they would be able to pull the license out from under them that they spent $465 million on before they shot a frame.
Right.
Or cast anybody.
Right. Well, the thing about those trailers is, and yes, I guess they've gotten more backlash than they expect. They expected backlash, which is why they had prepared articles and responses ready to go. Like the second the trailer dropped, they're like, "Oh, well, we're getting some trolls and critics about this stuff," and everything was already written, and they put it out because they were expecting it. But what they weren't expecting is just the volume of criticism they've got for that trailer. And like Gary said, we expected that the trailer, basically, does the trailer let you know how diverse the Middle Earth cast is? Yes, it does. Does the trailer tell you anything
Raise
about the
your
story?
Expectation for the movie?
Well,
Or for
does
the
it tell you
show?
anything about the story? Because remember, they wrote this story from like appendices.
There's no
right?
story in the appendices.
It's built from.
There's genealogy. There's characters. There's no story in the Silmarillion appendices. None. Zero. Unless you want to take the fall of Numenor as a plot point.
We don't really get any sense of the story from the trailer, but the only thing they could rework would be the story. So people can't be getting upset about the story that we didn't see in the trailer anyway. So I don't know what they're rewriting.
I think that was the point, was that
Sorry.
they didn't show anything except how diverse the cast was.
Oh God!
But the only thing
is the most
that
important
people got upset about was that the princess didn't have a beard.
I'm gonna shut up.
What?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Sapphire.
Yeah, well, I just think blaming fans doesn't work anymore. Everyone realised that, when your cast comes out and backlashes against the fans and you start telling them to stop watching things, people don't. And the people that are spending money on making this shit are tired of it. Apparently Disney's having a big house
Maybe
clean
they
at the
should
moment.
stick to the source material and tell decent stories.
Well, I think part of it is they want a
Exactly.
bigger audience, right? Rather than the hardcore audience they have, they want a bigger audience. But the problem is
but
that
you have to remember, Lord of the Rings is multi-generational. It's been translated into every language on the face of the earth practically. It's one of the best-selling, I think the second or the third best-selling book in all time, next to the Bible. This is not just some franchise that you can screw around with. This was created by J.R. Tolkien, who was a linguist and specialized in Northern European, Scandinavian history, and started writing these books as, like The Hobbit, as entertainment for his children. And then as they grew older, he wrote Lord of the Rings, which had more mature themes, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And
It's like what's happening with Dungeons and Dragons, and orcs are racist now, and Tolkien's a bad guy because he had orcs are bad or something. It's stupid.
No,
that was a reach to begin with.
The fantasy lore
in
is
Dungeons
so
and
deep in
Dragons,
Tolkien.
you can even play a half orc.
Well, the orcs represented corruption. They didn't represent any
corrupted
people of the
elves.
earth.
Yeah, well, it's just all nonsense wokeness infiltrating all the spaces that we used to enjoy.
Exactly.
And then they say, "Oh, you're not welcome here. Go make your own," and we do. And they come over there and say that's not good enough too.
Yeah, that's not legal because it's too good.
Yeah.
Right, but they want a bigger audience rather than like a hardcore audience. But the bigger
the Lord
audience
of
is
the
a
Rings
shallower audience, and they
Lord of the
don't
Rings audience is
spend
the
that kind of money.
biggest fandom that exists.
Yeah, and it's one of the first. It's even older than Star Trek, right?
Oh yeah.
And so the 80-20 rule, right, is that you'll make 80% of your profit from 20% of your customers, and so hardcore fans are that 20% that will buy 80% of your merchandise.
Well, in this
right?
case, I'm not sure the 80-20 rule
People
applies.
don't buy Rose Tico teabag toys.
Yeah, it was Ethan used to get sent like hundreds of Rose Ticos, and he would just run them over with a car or melt them or chop them up.
I like Skybar. It's pretty funny.
Right.
In this case, I'm not sure
nobody
the
bought
80-20 rule applies because it is a multi-generational IP, and like I said, it transcends race, language, religion, just about anything you can think of. Everybody loves Lord of the Rings. Lord
of the Rings
learn
has
to
its
read.
own
I was
politics.
reading Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit every year.
I didn't know what Lord of the Rings were until the movie.
Like Lord of the Rings has its
Jackson movie?
own politics. You don't need to inject other things into it. You'll dilute the story.
Right. It created the entire genre of fantasy because it's archetypal, and so that like Gary says all the time that Tolkien hated allegory. He's quoted as saying he hates allegory. So people looking for allegory in the text.
But when the richest man in the world, Jeff Bezos, says, "I want a Game of Thrones for Amazon Prime," what are they going to go to?
Yeah. And I think they are going to buy the rest of the license if they can get a hold of it.
I think they really will too, which means they'll remake the trilogy, the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and probably the Hobbit trilogy as well.
Yeah. I hope that doesn't happen with the live action series, and then they go to adult theme with like blood.
Well,
and
that's why they hired an
sex
intimacy coordinator.
Well,
yeah,
they kind of denied that, but we'll see.
I don't know. I think Lord of the Rings should stay in the realm of like family movie stuff,
Yeah.
Right.
It doesn't, not everything needs to be Game of Thrones.
There's some romance between, or unrequited romance, I guess, in between Strider and the horse lord lady. Eowyn? Eowyn.
Yeah, Eowyn.
And of course, there's the long distance love affair between Liv Tyler's character and Strider.
So, like, as far as this series is concerned, when precisely is it?
It's in the Second Age when there were no hobbits and there were no Astari.
Early. Yeah.
The Astari being the wizards.
Yeah, so thousands of years.
All we know about the Second Age really is that when Sauron still possessed a very beautiful human form, that he had the audacity to go to the west where the gods of Middle-earth existed, and they cast him out, and this was the beginning of the end of that Sauron, the physical Sauron, when Isildur cut the ring from his finger and he evaporated and became, a spirit, which turned into obviously very evil spirit.
Yeah.
Or deity.
Right. The incorporeal.
Or a demigod, I guess.
I'm in the process of reading the Silmarillion, but I haven't actually finished it, so...
It's a pretty hardcore read.
My friend gave it to me, but I haven't opened it.
Oh, you should open
when
it.
I
There's
actually
some
read
beautiful
Lord of the Rings, by the time I got to the third book in Lord of the Rings, it was just Faramir, son of Overmere, Boromir, Michigamir, and there was just no way to keep track of any of it, Like, I was just reading it to get through it by the third book.
That's why you need to read it once a year, so that it sticks with you.
I just bought them all last summer. And so, but I was still working 7 days a week at the time. But now, I have weekends off, and the show is coming out at the end of the year. So I think I'm gonna finally read Lord of the Rings. I'm gonna start with The Hobbit, and then read the trilogy.
You better hurry.
No. All right, I got like 9 months. That's plenty of time, right?
No.
We'll see.
No.
Did you have today off, Darius?
How completely are
No.
you planning on reading The Lord of the Rings?
Is it today?
I mean, I'll start at the beginning and then finish at the end. I mean, I read Dune. It took me 1 month to read Dune.
Eric Sonder, they are doing the Silmarillion. That's when the Second Age has been mentioned by Tolkien, but there's no story. There's just genealogy and locations, basically.
Right. Yeah, they have lore. So, like Gary said, they have like a 2,000 or 3,000 year window of time, right? And so they're trying to tell the story in that span of time because all the events, it's all lore. Right, because like you said, it's not a single story, it's all lore, which means it spans thousands of years. So they're going to try and tell that story, a story that's essentially just lore.
And
so yeah, they're going to have to compress
it. Together a map with a little bit of subtext.
There's a lot of areas on the map that literally we don't know anything about the people that live there. They could tell brand new stories and it would be totally okay. The people that live near Mordor are dark-skinned.
Yeah, people that live south of Mordor, right?
We don't have to have a dark-skinned dwarf, a beardless dwarf, because we can go to the areas where we know that Tolkien had dark-skinned peoples and tell their stories.
Yeah, and that was Gary's point, that like the race of men is already accounted for, right? And so
I find it interesting how a lot of this stuff is already touched on in the Shadow of series. If you've ever played those games.
Oh, the games.
Yeah.
I have.
You're going.
There was downloadable content that covered some of the men that lived near Mordor. I forget which race of men we're talking about here, honestly, but they did exactly that. They went to the south of Mordor and covered some of the tribulations of the people there in conjunction.
Could you imagine a story about a group of beings, characters, if you will, that have nothing to do with any of the places or the people that we already know. And they could make it an anthology show, and instead of hopping around and compressing the timeline, they could make it so much better by staying inside the lines and not coloring outside them.
Well,
you mean an adaptation?
No pun intended.
I would think with a TV series that would be kind of the
tell
only logical
stories
course of
about,
action.
I think apply
all the other
everything you
places.
just said to the new Star Wars movies and then compare them to the series that Dave Filoni and Favreau are making. Once you get the corporate fuckwits out and the people that enjoy the content start making it again.
Yeah.
It's like they've done so much to restore fan faith. I was going to ask that about the Henry Cavill Wormbeard. Do you think the new deep fakes in the series are way better than they were in like Rogue One and stuff?
Yeah. Oh
They
yeah,
hired a
because it was
guy
all
from
CGI.
YouTube that did it better, and now he's doing the series.
Well,
what do you think
it
of those
wasn't all
new deep
CGI.
fakes?
I mean, yeah, it was CGI.
Well, they had
but
actors, but the
deepfake technology
faces
had just started being a thing when Rogue One came out.
Right, but Tarkin, yes, there was a real actor, but they created a CGI face and ears, and they mapped those onto the
I thought
actor.
it was brilliant. Unfortunately, I saw it in 70 millimeter, so I was able to see all the polygons.
Yeah, right. Well, so, yeah, and the bright like subsurface scattering on the ears where they glow in the dark.
He has more dialogue in Rogue One than he did in Star Wars.
Right. But basically, that Tarkin face was a 3D model that was just sort of mapped onto an actor, whereas with deepfake, you don't actually need a 3D model. It's able to generate that matching face.
I think you still do need an actor to wrap the CGI onto.
Yeah, basically.
Case in point, when they did the episode of The Mandalorian, The Rescue, with the really wooden-looking Luke Skywalker. Admittedly, they only had him for a day because they were trying to sneak him on and off Skywalker Ranch or wherever they're filming.
Well, Kathleen Kennedy didn't want Skywalker back, so they snuck him in.
Right.
And then all the fans loved it so much.
To do his motion capture. But they, the guy that was from Collider, who they eventually hired because they made a deep fake video about, hire me, I can do a much better deep fake. They used a guy from The Office that had, the little cleft in his chin that
yeah, I saw that.
Luke
It was
Skywalker
Corridor Crew, right? You're talking about the
had.
Corridor Crew video?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And obviously they had a lot more time than
Oh, hey,
one
Dad, man.
day. But hey,
Right.
Dad. They obviously had a lot more time than one day, but they still used a guy from around the office to map it onto because he kind of looked like Mark Hamill when he was young.
Right. Yep, I remember that. Or I just want to touch on something here. Haster says, my dwarves have beards. And, it was funny to me that it seems like Amazon expected the fan backlash to be against, the race of the casting, right? That, they got a black elf. But the actual criticism I heard was about him having, like, a shaved head, right?
Her?
Well, no, I'm talking about the elf. The Don Lemon-looking elf that has, like, no hair, right? Because the elves all have long hair, right? Right, and then with the dwarf
Put a wig
princess,
on him then.
Right. With the dwarf princess, it seems like Amazon expected the criticism to be about a black dwarf, right? Well, they live underground. There's no sun underground. But which I heard, but more of a kind of like an eye roll, like Amazon gonna be Amazon. But the only criticism I actually heard was that she doesn't have a beard.
Yeah,
she should have a beard. It's clear in the text that she should have a beard.
And
so
more females have beards.
They did, and so I think that they're getting criticism in a different way than what they expected. right? And it's not just the volume; it's that
the
they didn't think
preloaded
about it.
narrative fan backlash isn't working anymore.
Right.
It's like with Doctor Who. As soon as it's a British institution that pulls shit out of the BBC bins in the back parking lot and makes monsters out of it, it's meant to be stupid. As soon as it takes itself seriously with Woman Doctor Who, you've lost everyone. It's not about that.
Right.
It's like, how do you defeat Daleks? Stairs. But that's not what it's about, you know?
Yeah. Right. It's able to create the drama, you know, you suspend the disbelief, especially with like the Daleks. Yeah, I mean,
Well,
they're
there's
fearsome.
the famous line in Destiny of the Daleks. I'm showing my absolute nerd geek credentials here. Was when Tom Baker was mostly up a ventilation shaft and looked down and said, if Daleks are so superior, why don't you try coming after us? And then he left and the Dalek fired, and it was funny.
Yeah.
But then later, when Steven Spielberg was trying to show like a sizzle reel to executives for his pitch for the movie that ended up being the Paul McGann movie, which he wasn't associated with as far as I know, they had this really cool effect. It was an interdimensional Dalek that was coming out and had like sort of spidery arms, not the Dalek itself, but the way that it worked its way into this dimension.
Hentai Daleks.
And they could levitate, so they could go upstairs.
Well, it's like when they said, "Oh, Idris Elba should play James Bond." Everyone said yes.
I remember that.
He'd make an excellent Bond. It doesn't matter that he's black. No,
He's
you
too
just
old.
can't have black people for tokenism. But Idris Elba would be awesome Bond. Totally, I'd want to see that.
Oh yeah.
Right. Remember when he was on Luther, they got the opposite complaint that he didn't eat enough Caribbean food. Remember that?
Yeah, it's like, you know, you can never be woke enough, and that's what I mean. There's nothing wrong with
that.
doing something
That
different.
illustrates the kind of the problem perfectly, because the point is the quality of the actor and his association with the role, not the color of his skin.
Right. Well, they claimed he wasn't like believable enough as like a black British guy because he didn't eat enough Caribbean food. Like, don't tell the man what to eat.
We just don't want tokenism, but you know, he's an awesome actor and he does a suave, posh voice. That's all James Bond needs.
He's great. Hester says, I've been thinking that they race bait arguments sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes
That's a really good point.
Yeah, and I think Amazon was kind of thought they were being sneaky.
Well, it's just tokenism, I think.
And tokenism is the worst form of racism. It really is.
Well, I don't know about the worst. I mean,
think about it.
I've heard of some pretty bad forms from history.
I just think it's the expectation of low expectation. You know. It's
like what Gary calls the bigotry of low expectations, right? Like,
if you look at a show like, hang on a minute, Carnival Row, it had people of all different kinds of colors because it was baked into the lore. Not the case with Lord of the Rings. You know, QED.
I don't think it would matter if they weren't making a big deal out of it and then attacking fans over it.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
You could totally have a black elf and it would be fine just being there. As soon as you start saying, oh, fans hate black elves and all the original token fans are now all the ists and phobics that you can name, it's like, what are you doing? Seriously.
Well, the dark elves have been corrupted. They're called the Drow.
Yeah, the Drow. Yeah, all that stuff.
And in J.R.R. Tolkien's original books, it was, you know, the stories inside the mythos of the Northern European or Scandinavian countries.
I don't think dark elves means quite the same thing in that context.
Yeah, I thought dark elves I thought dark elves were still white. They were just like vampire versions of elves, so they didn't like the sun.
Yeah.
They
When you say
worship
dark
unseen.
in a fantasy,
I
it
think
means something else.
that may be more of the Dungeons and Dragons interpretation.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. There you go. There you go.
In the,
I'm an
in the
80s
monster
child.
manual in Dungeons and Dragons, when it shows a drow elf, it's got black skin.
True.
Like
and the
when
description
you talk,
also has it.
Yeah, when you talk about the lore and stuff, it's like I grew up with the 80s, and so like all the hippie parents and all that, they're like the Lord of the Rings people to me, you know. That's a bit before me to care about it enough, but I've got all like the trading cards and well, I've read the books and I got the trading cards and the D&Ds and, you know, the dice games and stuff, you know. The lore's just kind of synonymous with pop culture now. You know, Lord of the Rings was a thing when I was a kid. Now it's huge, you know.
Right.
Well,
and
yeah,
how
same
many
here.
fantasy, novels and games have had elves and dwarves and what were they called?
To J.R.R. Tolkien.
Right. The hobbits in Dungeons and Dragons were the halflings. Right? They were they for legal reasons they weren't hobbits, but they were basically hobbits.
But they were hobbits.
Yeah.
And now it's all come out into the public domain, and we've all agreed that halflings are a synonymous term. You can't use hobbit, but halflings are a synonymous term for a hobbit. We've all agreed.
Right. Well, now they have a new one, right? Because there's no hobbits yet in the Second Age, so they created the Harfoots, which are like technically not hobbits, but they're basically hobbits.
I'm surprised you're even allowed to call them hobbits anymore and not vertically challenged.
Yeah.
Well, I think Harfoot is like a corruption of hairy foot, so it's meant to imply the hairy feet of the hobbit.
May the hairs on his toes never fall out. Darius, can you make me big just for a quick sec?
Oh, I don't know. I could try.
I don't mean like boing big. So is this the Seventh Doctor you were referring to when they went upstairs?
The Seventh Doctor? You mean when Brian Hepburn said Daleks went upstairs and the Seventh Doctor is remembers of the Daleks?
That's it.
Is that Blu-ray?
You've got everything on physical media.
All on Blu-ray.
Physical media is king now, especially with like Disney Plus going back and re-releasing their stuff, and you buy it, and they've gone and recensored it.
This stuff is amazing. I mean,
of course they'll do that. They're not going to stop. It's just going to get worse.
Yeah, even music on Spotify, you buy some like old 80s music, and they've censored it, and it's like, what the fuck?
Well, the stuff that I've been buying of classic Doctor Who, they've remastered. There are tons of new bonus features. They have a thing called Behind the Sofa, where the actors that played the Doctor and the various companions are switched around a bit from what show you're watching. But it's a really fun bonus feature, and you know, it's remastered. I mean, and if they can remaster Tom Baker, they can remaster David Tennant and Matt Smith, and I don't understand why they haven't.
It kind of reminds me of the Star Wars Despecialized project, and Lucasfilm literally deleted all the original copies of Star Wars. You couldn't get it. The ones without the do-overs, and they did it over like 7 bloody times.
Yeah, re-releasing it's in 4K now. I'm a big fan of Harmy's edition.
Yeah, and a whole bunch of fans got together and despecialized it and got a hold of like original film and all sorts of crazy stuff.
Well, it sounds silly, but when I saw the despecialized Star Wars, which I'd seen in the theater 26 times when it came out, it brought tears to my eyes. It was the first time I'd seen Star Wars like it was meant to be seen, and it was also in 1080p and 5.1 surround. So when that Star Destroyer comes overhead in the beginning of the film, it really sounds like it's overhead. It's amazing.
I think they added the fan project to the like USA Cultural Archive thingy. And it was like, because they never got a copy of original Star Wars, and if you win so many awards, you have to go in there. And it never made it in because they'd fucked with it so much. And the fans despecialized it and they put it in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, it was like.
You mean they didn't put the original in because it was updated too much?
They didn't put it in because Lucas didn't
they couldn't
put
find
in the
it.
original.
Yeah, they couldn't find the
willing
original.
to put in the
yeah,
screwed up version that he did.
And the fans did it, and they put it in.
Well, and to be fair, some of the fans that worked on the Harmy's special editions were actual professional color timers and, editors and stuff like that.
And didn't they get canonized and put in like a special edition of Clone Wars or something? Like,
not as far as I know.
Didn't they release it?
I mean, it's
sure.
not canon because it wasn't George Lucas's, it was his original intent, but it's not the intent that he wanted. His excuse was, now that we have all the special effects, now that we have all the special effects, I can go back and do what I wanted it to look like, which is bogus.
It's also semantics of the archive, but it goes to show you how much you can fuck with something, and that's why physical media is the king.
Mm-hmm. Didn't they put out a DVD with the special editions, but with the original version as like a bonus feature?
No, that got
If they did, it would have been the fan version.
That got canceled before it ever came out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard something about that. My parents still have the original versions on VHS.
Yeah,
and those are the best versions now.
Yeah.
I still have a
That's
VHS
why
player.
No McClunky.
The despecialized editions are so important because they're remastered, upgraded to look much better than the VHS. The original element that they used to make Harmy's despecialized edition
Yeah,
were
they
the
got
Japanese,
the film.
the Japanese
They got
laser
the film.
discs.
Yeah.
Yes, they did. I have the DVD set.
Oh.
Talk about with the bonus feature. Yeah, because I thought I heard conflicting things, but I remember hearing something about that people were buying. I thought it was like people were buying it for the original version, and they just put it on as a bonus feature. And they didn't realize that like that's what people wanted.
Yeah, Despecialized did get canonized, I think, because it was just they didn't want you're not allowed to make money as a fan project.
Right.
But they just said you did such a good job, we're going to buy it off you, we're going to sell it because everyone wants it.
I
think that's kind of how it went down.
I think I'm going to take exception to that because you still can't buy it from Harmy's website. It's illegal to buy it and it's illegal to sell it, but you can download it and then burn it to a DVD.
And it's a fan project. You can't make money off it. It's like, It's like Star Wars when they did that.
So them buying it off of him, I don't think that happened.
Star Trek, when they get all the original actors in the fan movies, Paramount Pictures freaks the fuck out and cans it.
Yeah.
They raised like $5 million because they're like 1 hour special that they did these fans with all like the original actors and shit. Just got so much like, oh, this is so good. New Star Trek sucks. And then like Paramount Pictures just, freaks out.
Yeah, we talked about this an hour ago, but that doesn't mean it isn't important and it's not worth re-mentioning.
Okay, shut up. Same line of questioning though. Yeah.
That's okay.
We all know where it's going.
This one took me a sec. Esther says, "Is that why Camino was not mapped in the Jedi archives?" Meaning in episode 2 when he's looking for it, and it's not there, right? He says, "Is that why it's not mapped to the Jedi archive?"
If it's not in the Jedi archives, it doesn't exist.
Right.
you gotta say it like a pompous bitch.
Yeah.
I think it's very interesting, and it speaks volumes that they were an additional DVD included with each film in a limited edition release, because that would be an admission that it was better than the Lucas, debacle.
Or at least that it had value.
Yeah,
right.
that had value.
People wanted it.
And I guess if
I think
Lucas wants to include it, on a DVD set as a bonus feature, it's his to do.
It's honestly, I'm fairly convinced that at some point Lucas and Lucasfilm switched from actually trying to remaster the films, just trolling the audience.
At what point did Lucas become a replicant?
Yeah, I don't think Harmies went back as far as 2006.
I think talking about the DVDs with the original version as a bonus feature.
Oh,
2006.
The original version.
Yeah, as a bonus feature.
Yeah,
on the DVD.
I just think they realized nostalgia has commercial value.
Well,
like all the
I
remakes.
guess the difference would be that the Harmies despecialized versions. Sorry.
Have a good night, damn it.
Freudian slip. The Harmies despecialized versions were upscaled in 5.1 surround and in 1080p, and then eventually to 4K. So, yeah, that has value.
Oh, for sure.
But why do they keep making remakes? It's just nostalgia sells. And it wouldn't matter how many times you remade anything. The original one, if you went back to it years later and said, oh, the original's back, it'd be like new Coke versus old Coke. It would just sell,
Right. But Lucas keeps tweaking, his films. It's not even enough that there's a special edition and that he pretends that, the original never happened. You can't get it. But he continues to tweak. Like when he put the no in Return of the Jedi, when Darth Vader's looking at the Emperor and Luke and back and forth, and he's making his fateful decision.
Mm-hmm.
And,
it's literally a copy and paste.
Right. Yeah, it was. And you just hear...
Greedo shot first, right?
No.
Greedo shot first.
But, no, Han shot first. But what's funny is that you can see Lucas filming...
No.
McClunky.
I got it wrong. I need to be crucified. I need to be hung up on an evaporator and burnt in the Tatooine sun now. I got it wrong.
You can see Lucas filming the Phantom Menace, but he's so the Phantom Menace came out 2 years after the special edition, and you could see him on the set filming the Phantom Menace, already wearing a T-shirt that says Han shot first, like George Lucas was wearing it, right? So he thought it was funny.
That point, he's trolling us,
right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Right off the bat, already trolling.
Because in the original, only Han shot. Greedo was dead by the time he could have shot.
Right.
Correct.
So it's just Han shot, which I realize is a pedantic semantic.
No. It's very, very telling. It's a critical character trait of Han Solo.
I think when that's done.
And it sets it right off the bat.
He was a shady guy. He was a hustler. He was a smuggler.
And that's the first thing we notice that we learn of him pretty much.
And there's a
so
bounty
it's a very
out on him.
key point. You can't fuck around with that. If you fuck around with that,
but
then you're fucking around with
arc
who the character
is. Being with Princess Leia changed him into a better man.
Right, exactly.
And then a deadbeat dad.
If you make Greedo shoot first, that takes away his redemption arc.
Right, because then he was already noble because he was only firing in self-defense.
Yeah.
Right.
Like he was. It was a scene that was supposed to.
Han Solo's a rapscallion.
Right.
It's a rapscallion.
It's funny you mentioned that, Fredo, because in the special edition, we have that added Jabba scene, right, where Han is talking to Jabba, but a lot of the dialogue is redundant, because originally, when they decided to cut that scene out, they just rolled that dialogue into the scene with Greedo. So when you have Jabba and Greedo, you just hear the same dialogue twice.
I mean, if Jabba's already if Jabba's already at Mos Eisley and knows where Han is, why are there even still bounty? Never mind. You know what?
Right. It doesn't make sense anymore.
Because originally he was going to be.
Let's not get into the plot holes. Plot holes everywhere.
Yeah, I hear this sometimes. Han shot. Period. He didn't just shoot first. He fired the only shot.
Yep,
that's true.
Greedo never got one off.
Yep, that's what I remember when I was a kid. He just wasted him.
Until
It's like,
Lucas
it's like, oh, I'm
changed
going to
it.
come in, and he points his blaster at him, and he just wastes him. He's like, nah, get fucked. And they just kick his torso aside in the middle of the bar, and no one gives a fuck.
Well, I'm not sure what people's issue with it was in the first place, because okay, it's kind of an outlaw move, but when you're facing down a bounty hunter who wants you to either come with him or be dead, like,
yeah,
what do you? If he shot in self-defense,
that's what I mean.
If he shot in self-defense, why did he give the owner of
music
the bar a sack of whatever coins they were? Here's for the damage.
Yeah,
the band stops playing for about 10 seconds when Obi-Wan just laser swords some cunt's arm off. Han Solo shoots the guy, and the band doesn't even stop playing. No one cares.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, well, it's because it's a hive of scum and villainy.
And the lightsaber's a cool Jedi weapon that's rare.
And then it's like, fuck you, I got the drop. Bang, you're done. You know, it's like it wasn't even an issue in the originals.
Right.
It's like, yeah, Han Solo's a rapscallion.
Right. Lucas said I thought about it, and I decided maybe I shouldn't have Han kill someone in cold blood.
This is what comes of...
That's not what happened. Never mind.
This is what comes of Marshall Lucas not being involved in the process.
Ooh.
Right.
Woo!
Revisionism.
Because he was surrounded by yes men after that, who were afraid for their jobs and would never stand up to him. And Marsha Lucas did and said, you know, about X, no one's ever going to buy this, and about Y, this doesn't make any sense, etc., etc. You know, she was a great editing soundboard for Lucas.
Well,
for which she won an Oscar.
She just totally wrote off all the new movies. And Daisy Ridley retweeted her.
I'm sorry,
Marshall Lucas is just like, this is bullshit. What the fuck is this thing? And Daisy Ridley retweeted it. It's just like, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike.
We filmed 5 different endings.
A quick interjection here. When Revenge of the Sith came out, George Lucas said, I never said that Star Wars was made for kids. I wouldn't let my kids watch it.
Right. Well, I consider Star Wars to be an all ages thing, meaning it's not targeted at kids that anyone can watch it. It's for the whole family.
Unless you're watching, you know, new Star Wars where they're dropping F-bombs all over the place.
Yeah, that hasn't happened yet, but in Star Trek it has.
Star Trek it has. Yeah.
That is not Star Trek.
No,
it's not.
No, we call that the filth. The sheer fucking hubris.
Sheer fucking hubris. Lord
Here's the only good thing about the prequels. They killed Darth Maul way too early. It was awesome.
Yeah, for real.
It's got like a double-pointed sticky lightsaber thing. He was awesome.
Yeah, and they brought him back after he was cut in half and fell down.
That's what I mean.
Because they realized how cool he was.
I mean, there's a lot of lore that explains that he didn't die.
Well, yeah, but only because they realized how cool he was and they wanted to keep him around.
Yeah, I love
Did any of you guys see the?
That's right. That's right.
The fan
That's
film.
Right. They
I think it was
retcon
called
everything.
The Apprentice.
Oh wait, I might have seen that.
It was like shot outdoors, and
I love the Revan
a bunch of sort of young Jedi Knights, and they were going after Darth Maul, who I'm pretty sure was not played by Ray Park, but you could have fooled me. I mean, the moves were really good, and
I think Tommy showed me that.
It's really worth a watch if you haven't seen it. It's great.
It's like Star Wars Theory
fan films.
Does a couple of really well done. Yeah,
Star Trek
films.
has a bug up their butt
and he gets
about
like
fan films, and Star Wars understands that it makes better, you know, communication with the fans. So they don't stomp on the Star Wars fan films, some of which have been very good.
Right, because it just increases enthusiasm for the franchise.
Yeah, which Star Trek seems to have lost sight of completely, along with just about everything else.
It turns out they
We're a far cry from Gene Roddenberry trying to revolutionize television.
Make great Jedi on the camera.
Yeah, you're breaking up a bit, Sapphire.
Could you repeat?
I say Phantom's certainly better than,
Mexican Iron Man?
Mike likes tacos.
Mike does like tacos. He's dead. He died in Phantom. Yeah, R.I.P. Darth Maul. Yeah, and they brought him back again for Solo. Just a tease, though. Negative. It didn't go in.
Yeah, like with the dark side of the Force, they don't become
support this line of reasoning here because, like, he was a pivotal part of the Clone Wars series, which was one of the best things to come out of Star Wars in the last few years.
It was actually pretty good.
The only reason I'm keeping my subscription to Disney Plus because I haven't seen any of them.
Yeah, Clone Wars, fantastic. Everyone hates Rebels, but I think it's great. The animated series are kind of what I grew up with. I was born in 84, so by the time I was 10 and watched the original Star Wars, it had already been out for a decade. The original movies were kind of a bit retro for me, even back then. But growing up with Star Wars, it was all about Dave Filoni and his writing in the Clone Wars and the extra stuff. That was kind of my bag. And now that he's taken over the series, he hijacked Luke Skywalker into it with his deep fake. That's what the first one went crap. And then the fans loved it. Kathleen Kennedy got pushed to the wayside. He took over, and they hired the guy that did it better. And they're like, yep, get on board. We're doing more of it.
Yeah.
Well, don't forget.
Directed by Dave Filoni.
Don't forget, at least according to rumor, and I don't see why anybody would make this up, when Jon Favreau was having a little party at his place one time, he got a call and he took it indoors, and people could hear him shouting, "How could you do this behind my back?" And the implication, or the inference, I guess, was that she had fired Gina Carano with that tweet, and he needed Gina
that
Carano.
didn't go down well.
Mm-hmm. I heard that as a rumor. I don't know if that's been confirmed.
I don't either, but
Jim
it sounds
Jim Cox
like
saying they're talking with her.
Mike Zero. No, not Mike Zero.
Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau definitely want Gene Carano back. And since she's done that movie with the Daily Wire, and even the critics are saying it's fantastic. No one's given it bad reviews. I think she's uncancelled now. And she's probably going to be back during the Ahsoka and the Obi-Wan and stuff.
Are you talking about Shut-In? I know they released the movie Shut-In, but I didn't think she was in that one.
Gina Carano has nothing to gain by going back. But I think that once Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau are fully in control of Star Wars, which they may be now, I don't know, certainly an apology is merited. And I don't think she'll go back after an apology, and I don't think she should.
No.
Holding people to account isn't going to get you anywhere. They're not going to hold anyone's feet to the fire. They're just going to pretend it didn't happen.
Yeah, I don't think they would ever apologize. They've already established that they didn't fire her. They just didn't renew the contract, right?
Yeah, they're just going to not talk about it.
She found out the same time the rest of us did?
Yeah, it was horrible, and everyone agrees.
Yeah, I don't think they're ever going to apologize for that, though.
Yeah,
they don't apologize for anything. Yeah.
If they offered her
And I think the
project that she could then
originally
turn
the
down, that
project
would
they were
be
going to
the
offer her
same as
was
an apology.
Rangers of the New Republic. It was going to be all around about Cara
Yeah.
Dune.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening, but I think she's coming back. But it was like
I'll
the
take
Luke
that bet.
Skywalker the Luke Skywalker they had to sneak in because Kathleen Kennedy didn't want him back, and so
No,
they snuck him in. It was a shit deep fake the first time, and then by the second time they did him, we got a guy on board just to do Skywalker. You know, it's like it's obviously that this
And
faction's
probably
losing power.
a crew under him.
Yeah, well, now they don't have to hide it. The
only-
fans reacted with such positivity that people want to make money. People, and
Pablo
apparently
Hidalgo
this
had
new
to make fun
CEO
of
in
fans.
Disney, this woman guy. Yeah, this woman came in. It's like this CEO. This is what Tim Cock's talking about, and she just went ballistic at everyone in Lucasfilm for arguing with fans on Twitter. She told everyone to turn their fucking socials off, or you're fired. And you haven't heard much about the wokeness coming out of there lately, have you?
No,
For the last
no,
couple
you
of
haven't.
months.
Well, yeah, or the pettiness. Because I remember, was it Pablo?
Yeah.
Was being super petty on Twitter when Star Wars
only
Theory
petty,
cried.
he was being vindictive
Well,
against Star Wars Theory for crying when he saw his hero Luke Skywalker return.
Yeah.
Right. And then he said, well, emotions
Should
are
I
not for
still
sharing.
cry?
Yeah, that's
Dude,
I see
I
that.
will admit I absolutely cried when I saw that. And I knew it was coming.
If emotions aren't for sharing, what do you expect your fandom to do?
Right. What's the point of like storytelling then?
And didn't he call out Star Wars Theory by name?
Oh, I don't know about that.
I think he did it using an image.
When
But
you
yeah,
start in money picking up.
And it brought Star Wars Theory more followers than he could have imagined.
Yep.
Yeah.
It did. Yeah, and
Absolutely.
it brought a lot of Pablo a lot of bad feelings.
Anyway, my headphones are about to die, so I'm going to lose you. But thanks for having me, Darius. It was great to being with everyone on here. That was fun.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, I'm
Good to see you,
yeah, I'm
Spidey.
glad I got a chance.
Good to see you, Spidey. Take care.
Hey, you doing any streams this week?
It's good to be on with you. Yeah, I'm working through the week, so I don't think I'll be doing any streams unless I find myself with spare time all of a sudden. But perhaps Friday night or Saturday night, I'll do a live stream.
Right on. Well, I'll keep my eyes
Yep.
open.
You may
Well,
want
the
to
bot-
be in touch with Rod Thunderheart about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, the fireside, it's all prepped to go. It's ready at the light of a match. It's ready to be going. So yeah, perhaps this weekend. And yeah, I'll get in touch with Rod for sure.
Right on, man.
Right on, man.
All right,
All
yeah.
right, all right.
Take care, everybody. Thanks.
All right.
And,
Have a good night.
See you later. Yeah. Good night.
Later.
Mahalo.
Oh, Sapphire left too? Oh, yeah. My net died. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Yep. You're welcome back anytime. I did have someone just trying again in a minute ago, so, you have a room, so feel free to try again. If it was really Palpatine, I'd let him on.
Oh, hell yeah.
Star Wars is a brand
I
and a
do
portfolio.
not understand this statement.
Which statement?
The one you have on the screen.
Oh, Star Wars is a brand in a portfolio. Talking about Disney. Disney has a portfolio
We'll
of
finish reading
brands.
the sentence.
Star Wars analysis that has Star Wars at the center has a bad sample size.
I don't get that. I literally don't understand.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, hey, welcome back.
Yeah, it's probably my shit microphone now. I'm moved out.
Yeah, brought tears to my eyes when Luke showed up. I knew it was him. when you say the X-wing, it gave it away. Yeah, and I had it spoiled for me, and it still affected me when I saw it because they did a really good job of setting it up and building up to it in the episode.
No, for me, it was when he put his hand out holding the saber with the glove on.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the image, he holds his other hand over the top of his glove hand when he fights. He's like Goofy. He's like left hand over right hand. He was hiding the glove, and they were doing it on purpose. And then when I saw the glove, I'm like, oh, no, they didn't.
They showed the glove when he was taking out the...
Yeah, they had that shot, but in the first
troopers.
lead into it, when he starts fighting him, he's like, the glove's a little bit, I don't know, you can't see it. Or you don't realise that his other hand's ungloved. But when you see them both, and one's ungloved and one's gloved, I don't know, they had the close-up. It was like, I don't know, 10 seconds, 15 seconds into it, and then I'm like, oh, you didn't. I was like in total denial watching it. I'm like, no, that's not happening.
Be said for the process of discovery as a fan, as a viewer. They don't want to give it away.
Yeah,
I
was in denial
too soon. But I think you're right. The X-wing is kind of a dead giveaway.
Well, I mean, we've already seen X-wings in the series.
I really like how they did it
deniability.
in black and white too.
Oh yeah, on the monitor.
The fact that it was black and white on the screen, you couldn't see the color of the R unit in it. Because as soon as you saw it was blue, you would have known that was R2 and not R4 and shit, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. And have a good night, Anonymous. Oh, so Mike says, about the direction of the story, they have improved the universe across all divisions. Park, movies, streaming, merch. This company is never wrong. It is the same one that runs ESPN. Star Wars is not special.
Oh, I see. They're ruining everything.
Yeah, everything's equally fucked, but the more wokeness that touches it and the more people lose the money, the more upset they get. And then they start telling people to stop pissing the fans off because they're not buying the toys. And now Star Wars is back to the point where it's like, okay, we're going to give the fans what they want. We're going to make Grogu toys, and we're going to sell millions of them.
So here's another question I have, again, for any or all of you. I don't know if I heard that this rumor was true, but that they had invited George Lucas to come back and pitch ideas, and that he had agreed. And there was no new, contract. They weren't going to give him more money. It was just about saving his legacy. Had anybody else heard that?
Yeah, creative consultant, and he's just doing it because they fucked it. And they asked him really, really nicely. That's kind of the buzz that I use. And he already made like billions selling it. They don't need to give him any more to come back.
Right. Yeah.
He gave like 3/4 of it to charity. He didn't need all that money.
Mm-hmm. I consider anything revolving around George to be a rumor.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be true, but that's.
And Dave Filoni wears an awesome cowboy hat like Darius, and he just said, "Oh, George, can I ask you some questions?"
Isn't there a photo?
And he said, "Of course, Dave."
Yeah.
Isn't there a photo of George Lucas and Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau on the set of The Mandalorian together?
Yes, plenty of them. He was there for Ahsoka. He wouldn't let him do Ahsoka without him.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Even though Ahsoka's Dave Filoni's baby, George Lucas wanted to be there to make sure fit in with Luke.
Right, because she's all grown up now.
Lucas thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And wasn't Omega Dave Filoni creation too?
And Dave Filoni and Dave Filoni.
I don't know if you can hear me, but you're kind of glitching out.
Yeah, you're roboting out.
When she was a kid, and he had control over robot.
Robot.
Yeah, I think the Great Barrier Reef is interrupting that signal.
That's the thing. Is that it stops when you're roboting. It stops what you're saying, and then it delivers it all at the end.
Right. Well, that actually kind of sounded like a droid.
Yeah.
Can you hear us now? Hello? Sapphire? Okay. Well, we'll give that a moment then.
This is not compute. This is not compute.
I mean, it happens sometimes. I mean, honestly, just the fact that this technology works at all still kind of amazes me. You know?
Yeah.
Yep. Ah, there we go. We have the dupe. Oh, wait. There we go. All right.
Wait,
can you hear us?
What? Wait.
Wait.
Now we can hear you.
The third clone. All right. Let's see.
Yeah, so, it all comes back to Darth Maul. Best character they made. Bring them all back. They're doing it. It's like, what's his name? Cad Bane.
Yeah.
He's not dead. Cad Bane. You can't kill Cad Bane with a bullet. You need to blow him up and burn his ashes to kill Cad Bane.
Right. Well, he stabbed him right in the diaphragm, basically. But yeah, I mean, it takes away that moment if he's not dead. But then, yeah, I can't see them killing him.
No,
bring him back just to kill him.
It's just too good of a character.
I thought they did a good job, with the costume and everything.
That's right. They just wounded his pride. It's like, it makes, what's his name? Boba Fett look a bit more hardcore if he's in canon wounded Cad Bane. That's all he needs to do to get some cred.
Yeah. And like Dee Dee says, I take anything about George Lucas with a grain of salt. Any rumors revolving around George, because that would be like the ideal scenario for a lot of fans, right? Oh, well, George is going to come back and fix it. So while it's not impossible.
I don't see how that's ideal. That does not seem ideal.
Well, I mean, in the mind of a fan who thinks that everything that Disney's done is terrible, the idea of George Lucas coming back and, getting it back on track, it seems almost like too good to be true.
Having sole directorial and writing access to Star Wars is how we got the prequels.
Well, yes, which were flawed, but they were. I mean, I would say they are superior to the Disney trilogy. But yes, he needed more people with input, like Marcia, right, and like Lawrence Kasdan, I guess, the people that put limits on his absolute control in the original film.
Do you think there's a lot of wishful thinking in the fans?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, any rumor around George, I take with a grain of salt because it feels like wishful thinking.
A lot of wishful thinking.
You want my honest assessment of the situation? I think the best course of action would be to just
people want to make
entirely to a third
people
party.
Want to make money.
You said give the whole thing to a third party?
Fans what they want.
Like even if Disney wants to retain ownership, find
Tina Carano,
new writers, new directors.
They've seen the trend.
So you mean like when a publisher has another company develop a game?
Yeah.
Like Obsidian with Bethesda?
Right, yeah, kind of. Or like
that made a much better Fallout game than Bethesda ever did.
Exactly.
Yeah, or Metroid Prime was developed by another team, right? But it was still published by Nintendo.
Metroid Prime, that according to Nintendo has now officially been declared non-canon in favor of Other M, but that's another discussion.
Oh, yeah, that's a different thing. But yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. It's not entirely unlike the EU being decanonized in favor of the Disney sequel trilogy. Right? It's not totally different.
Well, everyone says the Thrawn trilogy is going to be part of the Ahsoka series,
Right. Well, because they set that up.
Yeah, and if they're going to do a Obi-Wan, How can you not have Darth Maul's eternal beef from Clone Wars in Obi-Wan? Of course he's going to come in with his weird fucking mechanical leg thing and do weird shit with his lightsaber, with his mechanical leg that you never saw in a live-action movie before.
I mean,
he did weird shit in the series. You know,
canonically, outside of their duel on Naboo, Maul and Obi-Wan have met exactly once, and Obi-Wan killed him.
Right. In Rebels, right? So if this is the Obi-Wan series, will take place before Rebels and before the Solo movie.
Didn't like Obi-Wan and Asajj Ventress in Clone Wars fight against Darth Maul and his brother, Savage.
Yep.
Darth Maul and Savage were just going to town with their criminal empire, and Obi-Wan and Asajj Ventress teamed up to try and fight him and got absolutely wrecked. You know,
that
they got
is true.
fucked. They got wrecked.
So twice.
Well, I'm sure Obi-Wan and fucking Darth Maul have, like, you know, they don't like each other. They're always skirting the border so they don't meet too often, but they...
you know what'd be funny?
It wasn't infrequent, I don't think.
Is if, like, Darth Maul was just kind of a Force ghost that hangs around Obi-Wan Kenobi now.
Just haunting him.
I love crazy Darth Maul when he's got the hood and the spider legs and he's there with his whittled stick and he's like, woo, talking about the fucking... It's like, yeah, he's just totally off his tits.
Oh, yeah, it's like just off the rails, Darth Maul. Yeah,
yeah. It's like, the bugs, they crawl on the skin. Delicious.
Yeah. What's up, Shifty? Shifty says Cad Bane's dead. He's so dead. But we have 2 shows coming this year, as well as Bad Batch set in the past, where we might see him. He could be a huge part of Andor. We'll just have to wait and see. Yeah, except nobody's excited for Andor.
I am.
Are you really?
Yeah.
He's excited for Andor. This is the first time for anyone that they were excited for Andor.
Is Cassian Andor the character from the video games? Or is he from...
No, he's from Rogue One. He's
So it's not Bail Organa's kid.
No, he's like he's like a spy basically, and he's the one he kills his informant early on in Rogue One.
Well, only because you can't help him get out.
Right? Was it Diego Luna?
Is he the fancy man with the French like goatee and moustache?
Which is odd because he's Hispanic.
Oh, he's not French. Although that made me think of the Codebreaker from The Last Jedi.
Well,
no, he's the guy.
European, whatever.
Yeah, he has the droid K2SO in Rogue One,
played by Alan Tudyk.
Right.
Who said, "I'll play him again."
That guy.
But I have to be. I have to be able to do it. The longer you wait, the older I'll be, and I can't play it on stilts forever.
You don't mean the... Yeah. Oh, wait. No, I'm thinking of the guy that plays the robot.
Oh, Alan Tudyk. Here, I'll share.
I love that ginger guy. Like in the first night and stuff. He's fucking hilarious. Yeah, that's it. Well, he's got a Frenchy moustache. You can call it Spanish if you want.
I thought you meant I thought you meant that he was French. No, so Diego Luna. But the thing is that his character dies at the end of the movie.
I just meant his gorgeous facial hair.
Yeah, so
he's well groomed it is for a rebel.
Like he's kind of like the Han Solo character of Rogue One, right? Even though he's already a rebel, he's like, he starts out, kind of dirty. Like he kills the informant, but then he's the one with the ship. He's got his sidekick, who's not a Wookiee but is a droid, a wisecracking droid.
I think they're the kind of stories they can't fuck up because they're not messing with the original canon. They're making up just new stuff. That's why I think Rogue One was probably the best one they made. It was better than Solo, and it was better than the, new movies.
I agree.
And it was just because it didn't have Jedis in it, and that character, Shiru, was the closest thing to a Jedi, and all he did was be a blind man and walk across a field of doom, believing in the Force. and the Force protected him, and it was believable. It was like, fuck yeah, he's not a Jedi, but he's doing it, man. You know, it was so
I thought
good.
that was one of the best parts of Rogue One.
Yeah,
You know, that character was so good, and he was the closest to a Jedi, but he wasn't one. They didn't mess with the canon.
That's a pretty good point in favor of the Andor series, though. They can't fuck up traditional canon if they're using their original characters.
Yeah, I'd rather like a series about Hondo. You know, give me some space pirates and shit. Give me a
Hondo Ohnaka.
Somewhere Jyn Erso was supposed to have a lightsaber at some point, or am I getting that wrong?
I've never heard that.
No,
I'll have to look that up.
Don't know about it. Oh, she might have got one from like a General Grievous type character. Shoot someone and take their weapons.
Jyn Erso wasn't from the EU, right?
No, she was just a new one.
Yeah, I thought she was just created for Rogue One.
Oh, what was that movie where they did? What's his name? It was the new movies. You know, the fish man that says it's a trap. That guy.
Akbar.
Yeah, General Akbar. They totally did him dirty with like
killing him off screen.
In the new movie. Yeah, that was bad. You can't do that to Akbar.
That was bad, okay.
It's bad. Yeah. They did a lot of strange things in The Last Jedi.
Mary Poppins later is like the best.
Yeah, no. They could have just, give her a dignified death in that movie. But nope. They had to bring her back in a very forced way. But then when in the next one, she just sort of fades away in her sleep.
I'm not saying force flight and breath control aren't force powers, but no.
Yeah, no. It was awkward. Extremely awkward.
Space magic. I love the way they say it in the Mandalorian. The Jedi, they're an ancient order of space wizards. I love the way they say it.
Call my name.
She's totally just like not
but
impressed.
how does the Star Wars universe have any concept of what a wizard is?
Well, yeah, don't they say sorcerers in the Mandalorian? They refer to the Jedi as sorcerers.
Yeah, well, they do have folklore, but that's what I mean. It's so funny.
No, in the original movie, what's now called A New Hope, Uncle Owen says he should stay away from that old space wizard.
Yeah, I just love how condescending it is in the Mandalorian. The Mandalorians are like, yes, they're a bunch of space wizards. I just thought that was really funny. I like that bit. Space wizards. So yeah, totally. No match for a good blaster.
Yeah. Blasters. So uncivilized. Yeah, but the thing is, whereas as an archetype, Obi-Wan is like the Merlin character, right? And Luke is like the King Arthur character, right? He receives the magic sword, but
don't tell us that it was an unoriginal idea and it had something to do with the Hidden Fortress. No.
Oh my God. I don't mean to blow your mind, but that's the thing about Jedi is that they're kind of a hybrid concept, right? Where they're both, the knight and the wizard. But the mentor is still the mentor.
Cool classic in Star Wars confirmed.
It's the hero story. Boy meets girl.
Just a crazy old
bad guy kidnaps girl. Boy saves girl. Bad guy gets fucked up. That's it.
Yep. And tune in next week for part 2.
Part 2 of furry little bears on a moon.
That was part 3. Let's see. Wait. Shifty says Kenobi takes place a couple years after Rebels, as we saw Kit Luke in that episode. Okay, so you're saying I thought it would be before because I thought Luke would be younger during the Kenobi series. Because Obi-Wan already looks pretty old in the episode of Rebels where he fights Maul.
I mean, if they're having Ewan McGregor come back for Obi-Wan Kenobi, he's going to be older.
Yeah, he's going to be older, but not as old as Obi-Wan appeared in Rebels.
And, one thing to take into account is that they made this huge, big deal out of it with Kathleen Kennedy saying on stage in front of all of Hall H at the Comic-Con in San Diego, will you please tell us, Ewan McGregor, are you coming back to play Obi-Wan Kenobi? And he said, why, yes, Kathleen, I am, to furious applause. And there's been crickets since.
No, I mean, we heard they were shooting it, and they moved it up, and, well, they moved it back, and then they moved it up.
Yeah, I hear it's happening.
Yeah. I think they're working on it now.
Mike
says, tens of people are in line for Andor, coming soon.
I just don't know what they're going to do with the series once Ben Kenobi is on Tatooine to look over young Luke.
This is exactly
pretty much
what I
has
said.
to stay there.
We need lots of Jawa vaporizing. Stuffed Jawas.
Jawas can get stuffed.
And
I think
and my
actually
worry is
Ewoks
that they're
could
gonna retcon
get
it
stuffed.
So that Kenobi has off-planet adventures.
Say again?
I said my worry is that they're going to retcon it so that Kenobi goes off-planet and goes adventuring.
Exactly my point.
Yeah. Every week, a new adventure.
No, well, we haven't seen a crate dragon yet. We can fight one of them.
What, you mean it's not cool just to have Obi-Wan Kenobi in his little, off the Dune Sea condo waiting
Like
for
a
something to
bantha.
happen?
Maybe there's just going to be a lot of fighting
Maybe
with
like a bantha.
people.
Like a bantha.
Yeah.
Or, sorry, Tusken Raiders.
Man,
That's
we've
what
had
I
so
meant, yeah.
much Tatooine at this point.
Yeah, it'll be Obi-Wan like a bantha. That's what it'll be.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm excited to see Ewan McGregor play Obi-Wan again. I just, as a writer, I can't see where they'll go with it. They've written themselves into a corner.
The Clone Wars is already a series. That's pretty much the Obi-Wan Kenobi story up to Episode 3 and Episode 4.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he was a
Can't they
major
do
character
some pod
in that
racing or
series.
something there? They can have like a whole pod racing arc.
Yeah, he can learn to get over his bigotry toward droids and sand people. Shifty says we could see Holdo
It's
in
about
live action.
Obi-Wan taking down a pod racing. It's about Obi-Wan taking down a pod racing syndicate because they try to get Luke involved because he can like bullseye swamp rats from his speeder.
I mean, it can't be too exciting from Luke's perspective because in the original movie, he's constantly complaining about there's nothing to do and all my friends have gone to the academy and stay on another season, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So how adventuresome can it get?
Yeah. He's supposed to be laying low.
Now, it would be cool if we see young Luke do the Beggar's Canyon run.
Yeah, that'll take one episode.
True.
Oh my god. I didn't even think about like a 13-year-old Luke being
They can also
like
have
a major
more
character in
colours
the
of
series.
space milk.
It's just like every episode will just begin and end with Obi-Wan having a pair of binoculars, but the series is actually going to be all about Luke. Brian Herbert says, Jyn doesn't have a lightsaber, but the necklace she wears has a kyber crystal on it from her mother at the beginning of Rogue One. That's right. I forgot about that. Nerd stuff. Mando said wizard as if it meant cool in Book of Boba. But yeah. So, Inferno, I don't know if you've been watching Book of Boba Fett, but there's
I hate to admit that I still have not seen any of this, either
Okay.
Mandalorian or the Book of Boba
Okay.
Fett.
So it seemed a little redundant to have a Mandalorian show and then also a Boba Fett show. But what's even more redundant is in the middle of the Boba Fett series, we get a sudden break and it just becomes the Mandalorian. There's no Boba Fett for a whole episode and a half.
Two whole episodes.
Basically two whole episodes.
I get it. Like, it's pointing out the fact that these things take place at the same time.
Yeah, except that having no Boba Fett at all, yes, they're grabbing the Mandalorian and they're bringing him to meet up with Boba Fett. Yes, but
you do know that they took episodes of the Mandalorian for season 3 and put them in the book of Boba Fett, right?
Right. Yeah, and that's why it's a total break. It's a break in the continuity of the show.
So are we just merging the series then? Or?
They essentially did, yeah.
Because the ending that they had planned was even worse.
Yeah, I mean the ending we got was pretty over the top, but yeah, I don't know what they. I don't know. I'm kind of curious. I don't know if I really want to know.
In middle school, and we were all speculating that Boba Fett actually survived the Sarlacc.
Yeah. Yep. And now he has. Hooray!
But I mean, things like him going over the Sarlacc pit and trying to find his armor,
which isn't in there. Yeah, that was dumb.
It's not. It's incongruous with the other episodes.
The place where the Sarlacc pit, but why would his never?
No, it wouldn't. So the first scene in the entire show is he escapes from the Sarlacc pit, right?
Right.
With his armor on, and then he passes out.
He wakes up with it off.
Right, he wakes up with it off.
And then later he comes back to look for his armor, and
he thinks it's inside the Sarlacc.
Ma Ning Wen's character says, "You crawled out of the Sarlacc with your armor on. Right? Why are we here looking for your armor?" And he says, "We're not." Which I didn't understand.
It didn't make any sense. He's looking inside for it, and then, the whole thing, it wasn't just dumb. It literally didn't make any sense. I can't believe they shot it. They didn't just look at it when they were writing it, being like, "Yeah, this doesn't make sense." They approved it, and then they shot it.
Therein lies the problem.
Yeah. So the reason I brought up the Mandalorian thing, so in the episode where Boba Fett just cuts to Mandalorian, we just see like a day in the life of the Mandalorian, and he goes to Tatooine again, and you get he basically gets a new ship, right? And it's a smaller but faster ship than he had before. And he's flying it. He's test flying it around, in the sky, and first through the canyons that we've seen before, then up in the sky, and he takes it out into space for a minute, and then he basically gets pulled over by the cops, and then he just shoots away. And when he comes back, his mechanic goes, "Oh well, how was it?" And he says, "I swear to God," he says, "Wizard." Right, like it's the '80s. He said it was wizard.
I don't think that was a thing in the 80s.
That's what he says. And I heard him say it. I like to have closed captions on, so I saw that he said it. And Shifty pointed out Mando said wizard as if it meant cool. Yes, he did. That is exactly what he said.
Well, and it was all, of course, in service of him not having a ship called Slave One.
Well, that would be Boba Fett's ship. Boba Fett's ship is Slave One, which they don't call that. He just calls it by its class, right? He calls it his fire spray gunship. But that was a whole other, controversy about whether they were going to call it by its name or just not say its name.
Episodes from season 3.
Dare I ask, even though I feel like I already know, why we're not calling it Slave One?
Because slavery's bad. And so they didn't want to call it a slave.
Boba Fett is a bad person who occasionally trains.
No, now he's an anti-hero.
No, he's good now. He's nice now. And now Mandalorian is the new Boba Fett, the guy who goes bounty hunting, and when people try to kill him, he cuts them in half with a sword. Boba Fett doesn't do that anymore. Jabba ruled through fear. I will rule through respect.
Yeah, why is he trying to be like Tatooine's new crime lord?
Because that's the show. Because that was the setup at the end of Mandalorian season 2.
Because he's too old and too infirm to go around bounty hunting against all these younger bounty hunters. Right?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they set it up with a little teaser at the end of, the after credit scene at the end of season 2 of Mandalorian. You just see Boba Fett coming in and taking out Bib Fortuna, bam, and then sits on the throne, and then it ends. And they're like, ooh, tune in for Book of Boba Fett. So the whole setup was that he was going to take Jabba's place as the head of the, Tatooine underworld.
I feel like he could have kept Bib Fortuna. I don't think that was necessary.
Well, he didn't. He took him out. And then when we see him again, he's not mean anymore. Luke and Leia are 15-ish in Rebels. Okay. Huh.
And don't forget that when the Tusken Raiders took him into their tribe, he learned, the value of a tribe and not to be a lone bounty hunter. And this is presumably the turning point where his character changes.
Okay.
Yeah. Half of the show is flashback, and half is happening in the present. So in the flashbacks, you see, he basically gets taken in by a tribe and learns, what it means to be. Although it's kind of Stockholmy, when they kind of capture him,
right?
And then he grows to, respect them, and then he becomes accepted by them. So it's a little, it feels a little icky as far as like Stockholm syndrome
or anything.
Well, it's not healthy, but I noticed Disney does a lot of things that are not psychologically healthy that they don't seem to realize. It's like the romance between Rey and Kylo Ren. It's not healthy at all, but whatever. Okay, then.
So many other available options.
Yeah. Raylos. So then Kenobi takes place before Rebels. Well, I thought so. Maybe. Hopefully. It makes more sense to me that it would. Oh, he's trying to get the Haster's trying to get the bot. No, you just think shorter, something shorter. So
I'm
Cardinal
just card,
is
right?
What?
I'm just card, right?
No, you're C Sin, and
C-Sin.
Raquel is just SSG, and then Haster is just Haster. Yeah, I try to keep them under like. Well, Haster's like 6 characters, but I try to keep them as short as possible. Filoni jumps all around in time in that show. Yeah. Kenobi has one reason to leave Tatooine. That would be Leia, and which is one theory about the show that he'll leave to go check on Leia, and Ahsoka may show up to watch after Luke while he's away.
I mean,
I was wondering when we were talking about him having like episodic off-planet adventures, if someone would just come in to watch Luke while Obi-Wan runs off, right? Well, then why wouldn't you just tell the show about that other person?
I'm not familiar with much of the EU. Is Ahsoka's species particularly long-lived?
I don't think so.
Because she's Anakin's Padawan in
the Clone Wars.
The Clone Wars, and then we see her in the, I don't know, Mandalorian, Boba Fett, whatever the fuck it is, with Luke.
Both.
And she doesn't seem particularly old, even though there's
not
a
as much
generation
time
between
has
the two of
passed
them.
as Star Wars would like us to believe has passed, right? Like technically Obi-Wan should not appear that old by the time of the first movie, if he was the age he was in the Clone Wars and in the prequels. Right? Because you see Luke and Leia being born at the end of Revenge of the Sith, right?
Well, yeah, so you figure it's got to be like Obi-Wan's already in his 30s by the time Episode 3 rolls around. It's 20 years between then and Episode 4.
so he'd be in his 50s, but he looks like he's in his 70s.
From the perspective of coming out in the 70s, people used to look a lot older.
I guess.
That's true. And Hollywood is, if nothing else, is guilty of being ageist. Although not as much as they used to be. At least in front of the camera. I think behind the camera they're still ageist.
Obi-Wan was portrayed by Alec Guinness, so it is what it is.
Yeah. Let's see. He probably doesn't remember that time very well. He was out of it when he escaped. Talking about Boba Fett escaping the Sarlacc. Yeah, he was kind of delirious, but...
Yeah, I mean, he got knocked out, and then his armor was stolen. But
he doesn't work it through in his head that he would have the armor on when he got out of the pit, and it shouldn't be inside the Sarlacc. Like, he should...
Like, was there some sort of continuity error? What?
Yes.
Okay.
More of a logical continuity error. Net's not having it. Derail the comment. No, I appreciate you joining us, Sapphire. And you know what I forgot to do for Sapphire? Because first time guest. There you go.
Wow.
Oh, what's up, Dave?
I bet that was supposed to sound like a champagne cork popping.
Yeah.
It certainly sounded like something popping.
Yeah, well, that's the implication. What's up, Dave?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I have that one too. 70s, maybe. Boba had a concussion. A Jawa hit him with his rifle. He didn't have memories of his escape until he had his dreams in the bacta tank, which he used because he was burned going back to the pit. Right, he used the bacta tank because he got burned. Right, that's why he has scars all over his head. Okay.
Which would imply that he didn't have his armor on when he came out of the Sarlacc pit, which wasn't the case.
Well, like he says, he had Jawa hit him. I forgot about that. Jawa hit him with his rifle, right? But
yeah, as soon as he came out of the pit, yeah.
And to be honest, I don't even remember where he got his armor back from.
I don't either. They didn't explain it. They looked for it. It wasn't there. And between the shuffling around of The Mandalorian and the Book of Boba Fett, it just doesn't make sense. And they're okay with that.
Hey, Darius, someone wants to come in. Can I give him the link? It's our friend Fade.
Oh, yeah. No, I sent him a message earlier on another site. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, you can do that.
Is Boba Fett's armor blue now, or am I just seeing that wrong?
No, it's still green.
Okay.
Anakin used the phrase wizard in episode 1. Oh, wait. Did he say that? Wizard. Did he say that after flying the Naboo fighter? He'll be here soon.
Wait a second. Am I getting this right that using the word wizard means something is cool?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, seems
that
like it
don't
now.
pay attention to that old space wizard or whatever is a totally different usage.
I swear, wasn't there a movie in the 80s where someone says wizard as if it means something cool?
I've never heard that until today.
No.
Respect. Yeah. I'm glad you picked up on that. I was
well
like,
done, Darius.
Jabba, rule with fear. I will rule with respect.
Well done.
No, he's New Zealandish, not South African.
I can't do a South African accent.
Nobody can except a native South African.
Yeah, like Charlize Theron.
And Matt Damon, a little.
Oh, welcome, Tate.
Hey, I was going to explain the whole Anakin wizard thing. I believe he says it.
Yeah.
Dave, you there?
He cuts out.
Is it me? Is it just me?
Anyone who's in that 9th slot automatically robots out.
You back?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it was either Anakin or one of his friends when they were working on the pod racer in episode 1.
They were like, dude, that's a wizard.
Yeah, that right there. I think it was his friend. It was a little dark skinned kid that was with the Rhodian.
I gotta look that up. Okay.
I mean, I was a skater in the 80s, and I've never heard anybody use the word wizard to mean cool. I'm not saying that it's not the case.
You were too cool then.
I guess. Either that or it hadn't made it here by that time.
No nerd is too cool.
I can't find it.
Let me see here with the magical lookup device if wizard was ever used.
No, but
I'm from the
skaters
80s and
punk
I don't remember it
musicians
ever
were
being
cool
needed.
at that time. I happen to be a nerd, coincidentally.
Shifty says, I think this is I'm assuming they gave Boba a position of power, so if they bring back Mace during the big Thrawn crossover, Jackson wants to return, he'd have a reason to turn on the heroes and, drama.
Jackson?
There's a lot to unpack there. Yeah, Samuel L. Jackson, who played Mace Windu.
Oh, right, yeah.
Basically, that they're laying open the possibility of bringing back Mace Windu during a big Thrawn crossover, and Thrawn was set up in Mandalorian Season 2 in the episode with Ahsoka. She's like, where's Grand Admiral Thrawn? Thrawn being a character both from the now decanonized EU, also from Rebels.
Okay, guys, as slang, the term wizard was used mostly in Britain around the 80s, and it was repopularized again in modern slang by the movie Juno.
Oh, okay. Juno.
Didn't see it.
Also, one other thing I wanted to say, because I'm going to have to hop off here pretty soon. I've got another show I've got to go to, but you asked about the Togruta, Ahsoka species. They can live up to about 100. They can live up to about 120 years. But also the Force, she's probably using it to keep herself young.
She's got a Force facelift.
Wouldn't that be a dark side move?
Yeah, but she was never exactly a Jedi anyway. Not after she was framed for the whole bombing thing at the temple. She kind of walks a gray path.
I guess. Baby Aloe says, what kind of nonsense is this? Whatever kind you want it to be. Togruta. Oh, yep. So that question you just answered. Once you pop, you can't stop.
That's just naughty. Quit it.
That's mean. Low.
I totally forgot about that. That it was set up in the other series, right?
I was about to say that. I was actually about to bring that up. That Boba got his armor back from Mando.
I forgot it. Yeah. So in the beginning of Mandalorian Season 2, he runs into Cobb Vanth, who has the armor. That's right. And because he got it from the Jawas.
Is that the character that's played by Timothy Olyphant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right. Okay, so now it does actually make sense. Thank you, Brian. So so basically, Boba Fett escapes the Sarlacc pit, and then a Jawa knocks him unconscious with the butt of a rifle. The Jawas take the armor, and then
presumably to sell it,
right? And they sell it to Cobb Vanth, or he bargains for it. But Cobb Vanth gets the armor. He wears it as he's the marshal of that town. And then
and then they have the big, where'd you get that armor?
Right. But Mandalorian shows up and is like, where'd you get that armor?
Yeah.
I need it. You're going to have to give it to me because you're not a Mandalorian. So then they have that whole, interaction, and he ends up with the armor. And then Boba Fett is watching, and then Boba Fett, encounters Mando, and he's like, I want my armor back.
That was very decent New Zealand accent.
He's like, what? No, you're not a Mandalorian. It's like, you belong to my father. And then they fight a bunch of stormtroopers, and then he gives it back to him. So yeah, I guess it does come full circle. It's just really non-linear.
Yeah, and without it,
I want my armor back.
Spoilers. Without it, he's dead meat.
Right.
Well, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and hop out. I've got to, like I said, I've got to join another group. But I just want to come in and say that because sometimes typing things into chat is just too much.
Yeah. All right. Well, what do you got coming on this week?
Jedi Bills karaoke a couple days this week. Probably a couple of days with Poindexter's Lounge. And then we've got a Sith. I've got a Sith panel going on Josh's channel over Order of Revan. We're doing basically what we're calling Sith Fridays, and we're discussing Sith Lords and old legend stuff and all of that. So,
okay, you doing anything with New Crew?
Well, we're on hiatus right now. We're kind of on hold on the new crew setup. So,
okay. Right on, man. Well, thanks for joining us, even though it was brief.
Yeah, I meant to be here longer, but when I got off work this evening, I fell asleep. So,
okay, I did send you a message before the show, by the way.
I probably missed it. I'll have to go look.
Wookie says Sith.
Yes, Sith. We're doing Sith Fridays over there on Order of Revan. Well, ooh, boobies. Hello. That's Jedi Bill there. Yeah.
I don't know what's going on right now, but you have my attention.
As much as I want to look away, I can't.
Yeah.
Right?
The power of boobs compel you.
Of course they do. Always.
They're just fluffy pillows.
And look,
hardwired for the biological imperative.
Like is often said, come to the dark side. We have cookies. Anyway, you guys have a good evening. If you're still on when I get done, I'll come back and see y'all.
Okay.
You have the Wookiees have the best cookies. No, I saw the Star Wars Holiday Special.
All right, guys.
The Wookiees have the best cookies.
But we got yep. We caught up on that. The troopers were trying to get up Grogu. Yeah. Cobb Vanth got it from the got it. It wasn't Anakin. It was one of his friends. Kitster? I don't remember that.
Is there a little animated flame between the boobies?
Oh yeah, it looks like a little. Yeah, what is that?
Yeah, I see what it. Yeah, go ahead, blow them up again.
That's just me moving around.
Oh, he's using the green screen, but he's turned the sensitivity all the way up. So that's Jedi Bill's face.
Oh,
yeah.
Isn't that known as motorboating?
So most of Bill is chroma'd out. Yeah, there you go. There's this. Oh my God, stuff of nightmares.
Wait, I'm facing the wrong direction.
Yeah, this is what you could do with StreamYard.
Great.
Looks like you have a magic afro.
A magic
sounds
afro.
like a TV show to me.
It sounds like a cartoon from the late 70s.
Sequel series to Perfect Care Forever.
Yes. I missed that show.
That's America's ass.
Kitster.
America. Look yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I thought America's ass was Captain America.
No, this is America.
I thought America's ass was Mexico.
Oh. Wait.
And its hat is Canada.
Well, yeah, the hat is Canada. Glowy eye Windu. Look at the pod. Kitster was the kid who says wizard. Okay. I want to watch that again now. Anakin's friend.
Yeah, I think I could only rewatch that part because the rest of it will give me a migraine.
Master Shakti has no confirmed age. And she's also a Togruta. Oh, he just rewatched this movie. Okay, so it's nice and fresh. Cobb sits down at the table in the bar and takes off the helmet, and Mando gets emo upset. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, because he's already wearing the armor, and then he goes and sits down and takes off the helmet. And Mando has already, been living the way that he never takes off the helmet. So when Cobb takes off the helmet, he's like, "You're not a Mandalorian. Mandalorian would never take off the helmet."
When he has to eat.
Yeah, well, it's a good question. We never really find out.
Mando's taken off his helmet.
Yeah, well, yeah, he has in emergencies, but Boba Fett takes it off all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because he's not a part of the Children of the Watch or whatever they're called.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. He even gets it clean. Like, would you like your helmet clean? Yeah, basically, no. That he walks into a bar. Okay, he walks into a bar and they say, "Hello, sir. Would you like your?"
Walked into a bar.
Yeah, he's like, they say, "Would you like your helmet fully cleaned and serviced?"
Actually, they say that to both him and Na Ming-Wen.
Not. Yeah, well, they do, but it's just funny the phrasing. Would you like your helmet serviced? I'm like,
clean,
yes, please.
Yeah, which
please.
is code for
blowjob.
This is how big a bribe we're willing to give you.
Oh yeah. That's why there's money in it. He should have just taken the blowjob. Let's see if there's an element of time travel involved with Ahsoka and Ezra. Yeah. The world between worlds. There's another reason she may appear younger than normal. It involves Filoni pen card sets, and Wikipedia adjust nerd glasses. Yeah. And even though he claims that the world between worlds does not allow time travel, I don't know how else you would explain what happened in Rebels.
Maybe alternate universe.
Oh, that just makes it even worse.
Yeah.
Then we have a multiverse and anything can happen. Sunday. Oh, yeah. Sunday night, Hanstar's channel. Name that tune with Chris Knight, D. Jossie. They're looking for new players. Moira wrecked us. Oh, nice. Good job, Moira. Moira's gone anyway. I didn't even see her slip out.
She was in the chat for a while after she slipped out, I thought.
I thought that was before, and I just caught up later.
That's possible.
Let's see. Is she live right now? She might be live right now. Yeah, people go check. Oh no, she hasn't gone live yet. Oh. Well, here. I'll drop a link to her. Let's see. Jedi boobs. Read that one. Force pushing or eyes to look. Yeah. Helmet polishing. Shaking my head. Yep. Now Wookie, I thought you weren't watching the show. Because I seem to remember when I said, hey, they got like a big black fur Wookie with like a giant gun in the show, and you said Disney Star Wars is trash. So I didn't think you were watching it. Oh wow, those are nice. You're looking pretty healthy, Bill.
Yeah.
Those remind me distinctly of T'Pol's boobs.
Ah. I would know them anywhere. America's ass wouldn't be that flat, just saying.
Wow.
Mando can take it off only when he's by himself, not in the presence of others. Yes, please. Yeah, I'm not watching it. Yep, that's fair. I didn't think so.
I don't know. Just for me, the way that they mashed in 2 episodes of The Mandalorian from season 3 into the Book of Boba Fett just was beyond weird. Yeah.
Well, like one of them kind of felt like they were pointing back toward the finale of Boba Fett, but the first one, episode 5, not at all. I mean, all they did was put in a scene at the end where another character, other than Boba Fett, shows up to be like, hey, I got a job for you. He's like, cool. I'll do it for free. And then that's it. No Boba Fett. Just Ming-Na Wen as Fennec Shand for like a minute. So that might mean that they had to just shoot an extra little scene to put on the end of what was just a Mandalorian season 3 episode.
who, by the way, is pretty darn smoking hot for 58.
I know, right? Now she's looking healthy.
Wait, who now?
Must have
Ming
been
Na
all
Wen?
those years on Netflix.
Let's see. Let's see here. Now, I don't know if any of that is makeup or special effects, but yeah, no, I mean, yeah, she looks great for, especially for 58. And yeah, she's like, she's in some ways she's more badass than Boba, right? Because
she's looking better in Boba Fett, Mandalorian, whatever, than she did in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Oh yeah, I forgot she was in that.
Hey Darius, I want to take off. I'm like fading right now.
Okay.
All right, but thank you for having me on, and I'll catch you guys later.
Bye.
All right.
Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Now I never watched Agent. I saw like 1 or 2 episodes of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
It was great.
Yeah? And it was canonical with the films, right?
Mm-hmm. That's why they're bringing them into the MCU.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. In Spider-Man No Way Home, Charlie Cox plays his lawyer, who's blind, etc.
Well, yeah, but that was from Netflix. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was from ABC, right?
Well, I saw it on Netflix, I guess.
Okay.
I didn't know it was on ABC first.
Let's see. Jolene Blaylock was so dang hot, she proposed to her boyfriend. He was like the owner of Clear Channel Radio, so that's understandable. Oh, when they gave her that baby blue outfit, dang.
Yep.
Right? Someone has a granny fetish.
Wow.
Bunch of simps. I would expect nothing less from Wookiee. Look at the pig of me now when cosplaying as Slave Leia.
Hold on.
Yeah, he'll do it. Later, guys. Have a good night. Yeah, I'm not going to go like 5 hours. I'll probably wrap up at 4. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was canon, but not anymore. Sadly. I'm not looking up any pics of any 50-year-old women.
That's too bad. There are a lot of smoking hot 50-year-old women.
Great show, though. Hey, Carol, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here. I just had to do something for school real quick.
That's all good. I just got to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
So, all right, you're in charge for like 2 minutes, and I'll be
Charge,
right back.
bitches.
Carol.
But I'll still be listening. I have my phone.
Hi, Carol.
Hi,
You said-
Bill.
What your name say?
3.5 hours of Star Nerds chatter.
Bayer.
So, how y'all doing?
We're doing.
You doing?
Doing
Hi, Cardinal Sin.
Doing that thing we do.
Doing that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Sherry.
Everybody does that thing.
That's bad. It is shifty, isn't it?
Manic Monday. It's almost Taco Tuesday.
Where's the puppet?
Bring on the tacos!
Getting close.
Where's the puppet? Puppet doing his own show tonight?
Who?
The puppet. You know who the puppet is.
The puppet? No.
Yeah. Brother Phil happy?
This
puppet. Yeah, brother
of
Phil.
whom you speak, who is?
Know who you are, puppet boy.
We know your secret. Puppet.
So they keep trying to get me to try out for Name That Tune. And Deej even promised to stop showing his feet on a live stream if I did. But
and guess
I
what
don't
happened?
know enough about music. I need somebody to like be in my ear and help me cheat so I can get Deej to stop showing me his feet. Because I don't want to go on the panel and zero out. That's embarrassing.
I can't help you.
Yeah, I don't listen to music enough to be able to name that tune. So
Wait,
I
how
guess
long,
we're just
how long
I'm
have
not
you
gonna be able
been
to
on
save
this
the
planet?
universe with his feet.
How long
What?
have you been on this planet?
Long enough, but I still don't listen to music.
3 decades? Has it been
Like I'm
3 but
Yeah,
not
you never
4
know what
yet?
music you're gonna have to name.
I know, and I haven't listened to enough music to.
Presumably, you like some music.
Well, yeah, I do, but like I was in the chat, and I only got 3 questions right, and 2 of them were in the final round. I never would have made it to the final round because I only got 1 right in the first round.
Then how did you get to the final round?
Oh, I didn't. I was just in the chat. I was watching the other people try out.
So do you mean if you'd actually been on the panel, you would have made it to the final round?
No, because I only would have answered 1 right, and I would have had been first to buzz in. So chances are I would not have made it. I don't want to zero out because apparently only 1 other person zeroed out, and I don't want to be the second.
Oh, it's just for fun. I don't think.
I know, but I
score's
can't save the universe from
a big
Deej's
deal.
feet. I apologize to the universe. You're gonna be stuck looking at them snaggly feet.
Well, you could always take a Post-it note and put it over his image.
Yeah, I could.
It's a horrible
He
thing
finds
to do
ways
to
to
one's
sneak them feet
screen,
in.
but
Yeah, right. But it's fun to watch them play Name That Tune.
Eldritch
there on
Lord
Pawn Stars
Haster,
too.
what is Elden Ring?
Ooh.
Yeah, what is it? I've never heard of it.
Elden Ring is the most recent game from Software.
From whose software?
From Software, the people that produced the Dark Souls series and Bloodborne, as well as the original version of Demon's Souls.
I missed out on a lot of video games. Hey. Sorry about that. I missed out on a lot of video games because I went from like a one joystick guy to the PlayStation 3.
Yeah.
And the only reason I did that was so that I could play Fallout 3 in New Vegas. And I got a PlayStation 4 so I can play Fallout 4, and it's completely a different configuration.
Yeah.
You'll get used to it. Just gotta play.
I don't like games that are, based on how adroit you are with their controller. And I can't play games on the keyboard. I just not any good at that.
I don't know. You're starting to sound like my stepdad.
Hey, man, I'm old.
Too many buttons. I'm like, here, play this Tekken game with me. There's too many buttons.
I got.
Well, I guess the keyboard has more.
The Outer Worlds and a couple of other games, and just didn't have the ability to, strafe and run away, and it was a lot easier back in the Amiga days.
Wookie says, "Yeah, okay, you knock yourself out, buddy." I mean,
I will.
She looks pretty good in that photo. Are we granny simping? She looks pretty good in that photo.
Is that Ming Na Wen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And she's nerding out in cosplay.
Hmm.
All right. If I leave it up too long, Wookie will make fun of us again. He'll probably do it anyway. So, yep. You mentioned Deej and his feet. And I had a thought. Is this what my show has become? Talking about Deej's feet. But subscribe to Deej. I'm calling in sick when Moira plays an official
I can
game.
save us from the feet, but I need somebody to give me the answers.
Yeah. So what Shifty means here? So Shifty is notoriously good at trivia, right? He wins all the time. Oh my god. Yeah.
Oh.
Shithead Bill's
You're
got
done?
us covered.
I'll boot you.
Two can play that game.
This morning. I will end the stream. I hate you guys. Come on.
So if Shifty says he's calling in sick, then she must be really good. Because Shifty's pretty good.
She was really good. She just couldn't say words. Like, she would just make grunting noises, but Chris required her to either meow or say her name to officially buzz in. And she would just kind of grunt and wave her hands around. But she did really well.
Now, Bill, if these were animated, it would be like a Snow Dub Booby Break.
Yeah, I know, right?
One day, I'm going to get Inferno here to watch the Tuck and Roll show. One day.
Do I want to know?
Remember what I told you? I just found like the weirdest new show, and I love it. I was like, okay, first of all, everyone's a puppet. This is like 9 months ago. I told you about this. And I was like, I don't know how to describe it. I'm like, you just have to watch it.
No.
Let's see. The more the merry. The more the merrier. Is that sweat?
Probably water.
You know how Bill likes the glitter.
Yeah, the beads are too small to be sweat. Let's see. I know, right? Carol went 2 out of 40. What in the trivia?
Yeah, well, in the name that tune, but I was just in the chat. I wasn't up on the panel. I wasn't trying out.
Okay. Oh yeah, I've even seen Shifty win from the chat. I mean, not officially, but basically. Yeah, subscribe to Honstar. I'm going to play Elden Ring when it drops. Hell yeah. Although I would really
The funny thing is, I swear it already came out, but apparently I was wrong.
I haven't seen ads for it again, so if it's not already out, then it's coming out soon. Although I wish Martin would finish Winds of Winter. Because I know I haven't read the series, the Game of Thrones, or the Song of Ice and Fire.
He's been too busy with Elden Ring.
And Wild Cards and all the other things that aren't Winds of Winter. Yeah, Elden Ring is also written by George R. Martin. Martin Souls. Yes, Martin Souls.
It's so what I have heard,
a game of ice and souls.
What I have heard about Elden Ring is that if you're new to the whole Soulsborne format, Elden Ring is a much more beginner level Souls game than any of the others.
Okay. Which Bloodborne is not.
No, Bloodborne is like advanced Soulsborne.
Oh, closed beta. Okay. I miss playing text games on the Amiga. I was a little young for that, but there's a romanticism about those text games, like Zork.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I can't remember what the hell the name of it is. I should go look it up, but there was an emulator that can run a lot of those old text games.
Oh, right on. I have to look into that. Cardinal Sin, have you ever played Zork? Oh, he must be awake. I bet he knows of Zork if he hasn't played it.
Everybody knows Zork.
Cardinal, have you played Zork?
All 4.
There's 4?
Oh,
I thought there was only 2.
No. They kept making them.
There's Zork 1, Zork 2, Zork 3, and Zork 0.
Zork 0, a Calibeth. Oh, wait, no, that's something else. Never mind.
That's different.
So, Inferno, did you know that the first-person style of the Elder Scrolls games was inspired by Ultima Underworld?
I'm not at all surprised.
Right? It was pretty rudimentary 3D. I mean, you're just going through tunnels in a dungeon, right? But it was like real-time hack and slash against monsters.
Yeah, no, Ultima Underworld, like,
Oh.
dungeons in the Ultima series and the Ultima Underworld games were a bit different. Underworld used, like, parallax 3D the same way, like, Quake or Doom or Wolfenstein did back then.
Okay.
Which were all 3 different engines.
I thought it was id Tech, right? They had id Tech 2, id Tech 3, and then I think id Tech 3 was modified to become the Unreal Engine, like heavily modified, or it provided the basis for building the Unreal Engine, version 1.
Couldn't speak to that.
It's just like I think CD Projekt Red were licensing the Aurora engine after they basically localized one of the Baldur's Gate games, and then they developed The Witcher based on their familiarity with the Aurora engine.
I can see that.
So my girlfriend just she got a PS5, right? And so she
snap.
She was telling me
brick you'll ever buy.
She was telling me a couple days ago, like, Cyberpunk has like a free demo that I can play, and so she's been playing it all weekend, which is the reason for the thumbnail on this video. I don't know if anybody saw the thumbnail, but it's like Johnny Silverhands wearing my cowboy hat, and which is why I picked that, because I was watching her play it on, glorious PS5, and right before my show, she was like, "Oh, I can actually buy the whole game. If I buy it right now, I can have it shipped to me by tomorrow." And then she bought the game, and yeah, no, I mean,
hope it's the Game of the Year edition.
Well, so I have it on Xbox One, right?
After everything that's happened with Cyberpunk, are you seriously saying no?
Okay, so she bought it for me on pre-order, right? She bought it for me on pre-order back in 2020. So I got it for Christmas, and it was the Xbox One version. And we didn't know yet because there was like a moratorium on all the stories about like bugs and stuff. So nobody knew until they got it and started playing it how buggy it was, and that the graphics, especially on current gen, were way below what we had been promised.
Yeah.
And so by the time that I got it on Christmas, I knew what it was going to be, especially on Xbox One.
The graphics are fine, assuming that you've got a high-end PC with a ray tracing video card.
Well, I don't. I have Xbox One. So, well, I mean, I have a decent computer, but I got these parts back at the end of 2015, so no ray tracing.
Right.
And I just have a base Xbox One, so I'm like, oh man. So the graphics are gonna look like that, and it's gonna be buggy. And I watch Az playing it, and it was just glitching out. He's like, I didn't plan this. I just turned it on, and basically everything in the world exploded. And I've seen montages of all of the bugs and glitches. Like a guy gets in a car, and he just sort of passes right through the car door into the driver's seat, and then the camera pulls back, and the car just starts rolling sideways, right? I've seen walking up to an NPC on the street, and he just looks like a big blur for like several seconds until the texture pops in.
Was it worse than the Fallout 76 beta? Which was actually the alpha?
There were some game-breaking glitches, but a lot of it is just unfinished. It's just unfinished, right? I mean, the game was so ambitious. It promised so many things, and it tried to be so many things all at once.
If you know what you're looking at and you ignore the lighting engine, the whole thing looks unfinished.
Yeah, and it feels unfinished. I mean,
because it was unfinished.
Right. The bugs indicate a lack of additional playtesting time, and there are certain things like the same car passing down a street over and over and over again, and car AI just crashing into railings, and there's all just it goes on and on and on. You can it's stuff exploding, like when you load up the world, stuff just is inside of something else, and then they just explode. I see one where a guy's on an overpass, and you see this flaming car come flying through the air at him, right from the distance, and it wanted to look amazing. It wanted to be GTA, and it wanted to be a real-time action RPG.
Well, I mean, the funniest part to me is that released not that long prior to Cyberpunk, was Red Dead Redemption 2, which was an infinitely better, also open world game that also had like procedurally generated crowds and stuff.
Yeah. They really pulled it off. They nailed it. Rockstar nailed it with Red Dead Redemption 2. And yeah, there was horse riding in Red Dead Redemption 2, but it didn't try to do the whole like big metropolitan city with good driving.
Yeah.
And at the same time being a real-time action RPG with with RPG elements, while also oh man. Now I watched a review, and a guy made a pretty good point that the systems in Cyberpunk are actually well built and well conceived, and that it actually has more freedom as an RPG than even Witcher 3 does in a lot of respects. And so if you don't count all the bugs and the glitches, it's actually still a pretty good game. And if you don't count the bad graphics on current gen systems, it is actually a pretty good game.
Yeah, if you don't count the game, it's a pretty good game.
Yeah, right. I'm like, okay, I mean, there's still a lot there, but that's the thing, is they try to do too much, though. Even though there's a lot there that is good, there's still a lot there that's not finished and doesn't work right.
So basically what we're saying here is that Cyberpunk 2077 would have been a great game if it were, say, a tabletop role-playing game.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Well, that's what Car Wars is for.
Well, it works well as a like a tabletop game. It's like the equivalent of a novel to a film adaptation, right? More when it's a book, more is happening in your imagination, right? So with the tabletop game, more of it is happening in your imagination. With the game, you have to make it real. You have to make it specific and tangible, and
realistic.
Right. And with a a city that size and that complex, with that many crowds and all these missions that overlap, and it all has to render seamlessly. It was too big. It was too ambitious, and it would have taken many more years to really make it perfect. So they probably should have come up with a simpler concept, or scaled back on what they were trying to do,
or had DLCs.
Yeah, but we don't want to rely on DLCs, because that's just encouraging bad behavior. EA already does that. Other companies already do that, where they release the game unfinished and then they just add patches later, or DLCs that should have been in the game to begin with.
No, biggest head trip to me in the world was when I finally bought a Nintendo Switch, and I bought a copy of Breath of the Wild, and I realized that there was DLC. That's not a thing that happens with Nintendo games.
Right. Oh, not normally. I've never known them to do DLC before.
Well, the reason that I wait and buy the Game of the Year edition of any given game is because it has all those DLCs on the disc.
Right. Yeah, like the version of Witcher 3 I got came with all the DLC already in it.
And hopefully all the bugs removed.
Yeah, I don't remember Witcher 3 having bugs.
But I'm talking about the Game of the Year edition just in general.
Okay.
It's
thank
no
you,
longer the screwed up beta.
It's honestly the only time I ever thought I know of that not really happening was what am I thinking? Final Fantasy 15 Royal Edition, which is what they gave you was a passcode to download everything, and I guess that works. It would have been simpler if it was all on the disc, but then again, the whole package was 180 gigabytes or something.
Yeah, well, it's funny you mentioned that. So when I got, on Christmas when I got Cyberpunk, a year ago, I was afraid to play it, because by that time I knew what I had gotten. And so I waited a couple weeks, and then by the time that I put it in the system, there was already a huge update, massive update, right?
Yeah.
To
I'm pretty
patch
sure
the game.
Cyberpunk is one of those games that had a day one update.
Yeah. So it was already massively patched, and it took forever to download. And I heard that there just recently was a new patch for the game that was like bigger than the game.
Wow.
I don't know what they've added. I don't know what they've patched. At first, they were like, "Oh, you heard about the new patch?" I thought it was like reintroducing
have they
bugs.
patched out random nudity.
Oh, well, I hope not. In fact, one of the reasons my girlfriend wanted to play the game is because of the dicks clipping out through the pants, and she thought that sounded hilarious. She just wanted to see
Why
that.
would they bother to put dicks on people?
Yeah, because they wanted the game to do everything.
Because freedom and realism, that's like necessary for freedom and realism.
Yeah,
Right.
and also would get you an R rating and maybe an X rating.
I'm actually super surprised this game did not get rated AO.
Yeah, and it's not very kosher either because you can pick 3 different sizes of dicks, but they're all uncircumcised, and you can only pick one vagina. I know that seems
Oh man,
like a
only
double
one
standard.
Vagina?
It's
a
I'm
hot
just like I'm trying to process through the filter of understanding how CD Projekt Red games usually are, and like, there's got to be a point. There's got to be a point where this game is just porn.
Well, hey, it's very progressive though because you can mix and match like the body type of your character. You know, male or you only get male or female, but you can pick male or female voice. No matter what the body type is, you get to pick a male or female voice, and then you can also swap genitals. So my girlfriend's character is like female with a female voice, but she's got the biggest dick.
Of course.
Of course, and it has a little like heart-shaped pubic hair over it.
Oh,
but you never see it.
Wait, no. My takeaway from that was you can select the style of your pubic hair.
You can, yeah, it's an option.
That's
really
over and above the Call of Duty. No,
yeah, I think it's like a purple heart. I think you change the color too, so it's like a purple heart over this big uncircumcised schlong, and but you never see it except when you either go back to character customization and you could just change it, or if it clips through your pants. And apparently, I don't know if it's player characters or NPCs, but it's a known glitch that dicks will just pop right out, through the pants.
I saw was one where you go check yourself in the mirror, and then when you reload to your character from the mirror, your character just kind of has no clothes.
I can see that. Yeah, I'm assuming he's probably the player character, but
yeah.
So her trial with the game just expired, but the entire time she's playing it, it's like she's just been obsessed with the dicks the entire time. So I was like, she's gonna review the game and be like, 8 out of 10, not enough dicks. Brian thought that was pretty funny. I think it was the pubic hair he was laughing at. Heart-shaped pubic hair is my favorite Nirvana song. Yeah. But you get 3 dicks, but I guess you can't be Jewish in the game.
Wow.
I know, right?
Absolutely odd. Then that hasn't been a controversy yet.
Not unless you're gonna do your own mod.
Yeah, the kosher mod.
The kosher
Cyberpunk.
mod.
What's up, Basco? Yeah. Someone will mod it. So a PC player will mod it. All right. Let's see. We're coming up on 4 hours. You guys got anything else you want to talk about? No?
No.
Evidently not.
All right. Well, let's plug everybody. Carlos Sin, it's been a while since you've been on. You got Wednesday. So you finished The Prisoner, but aren't you doing another watch party this Wednesday?
Yeah, we're going to be watching Ice Station Zebra beginning at 2. And
Central?
Yes, Central. Thank you. And then we'll be doing the show where we review Ice Station Zebra directly afterward. And on Into the Fringe, we're going to have Walter Bosley.
Oh, right on. Oh, he's always a great guest.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Cool.
That's all.
Yeah, well, no, I'm looking forward to that. And Deej is here. Speak of the devil, only an hour later. $50, I'll shave a heart shape into my pubes. Hey-o!
Wow. Low roller. Brum, bum.
Oh, no. Deej is not burdened by our
I don't have
primitive notions of shame.
$50, but I will give you, like, tacit encouragement.
All right, Carol's Cookies, what do you have going on?
Nothing.
Nothing?
No, Captain Trek in the morning brew.
Yay.
Usually between 6 and 8 a.m., depending on his mood. I hang out here. I co-host Jedi Bill's Soup and the Karaoke Nights. I join Darius and Slasher with their terrible movies.
They are
don't know
fun to watch, though.
What else do I do? Where else do I go? I don't know. That's it.
You can check Carol's Cookies out on Instagram.
Instagram. It's not bad.
I still need to clip that Dillard line.
Carol, you whore.
There's a baby in the chat. Brian says Rob decided he's going to do the street. Rob. Which Rob are we talking about? Let me see. Is it a Rob I'm subscribed to?
Shlomo?
No, I don't think so. I haven't seen him in a while. Rob. I gotta think. Well, maybe he'll let me know.
Robert Meyer Burnett? That's probably it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Robert Meyer Burnett.
Hey, so I came to get that.
RMB.
The guy who worked on Exner. Yep.
Yep.
And many other things. And didn't he do the like the next generation update? You know, upscaling it and redoing the effects and stuff?
He did the extras, including the interview with all of the cast members.
Okay. Yeah, I know he's done a lot of special features.
And he also created the video that you watch when you're waiting to get into the Star Trek experience, which is now kaput.
He's done a lot. He's a real fan with real skills who puts his passion into the product, you know, and that's what we like to see. Deej. Well, hey, thanks for hanging out. I didn't know you were here, so I didn't bring up anything to bait you into conversation. Oh yeah, and for the morning brew, although earlier Captain Trek said there would not be a morning brew in the morning, I hope there is anyway.
Did he say that earlier today?
Sometimes he goes on at 8:30 at night too.
Well, yeah, earlier during this show, yes, he left, and then he said that he was not going to do a morning show, but I hope he does.
There was
confirmed
problem this morning, but we'll get over it.
Yeah. We always do. All right, thank you, Brian. You're going to be commentating on Elden Ring as I play. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to get it, but you'll definitely have it first, and I will definitely watch that. Here, good job, Hester's like a kid, because Hester has a pretty active channel, and he plays a lot of games. He plays classic Quake, which is great to watch. Carol, bad.
Bad.
Yeah, Hester's a great guy. You just got to get him a new microphone. Let's see, LDG.
I don't think it's the microphone that's the problem.
Or the connection, whatever it is. We just gotta get that fixed because I want to hear his crystal clear, silky smooth Cthulhu voice. Pickles, are you there?
You know he's sleeping.
Yeah, he's asleep.
Something tells me I'm not gonna like it, am I? Wow, thanks, pickle fucker.
All right. Well, I will. I'll give him a plug then. Subscribe to LDG Geeks Enjoy. And sometimes he does 2 streams at once, so make sure you know which one you're watching. He does the waiting room, where it's like the stream between the streams, where he goes through and tells you what else is on, what else to watch, and then sometimes he plays reruns. He's almost always streaming, so if you need to get a hold of him, just head on over there and say hello. Just don't mention the Matrix 4. And you can go to his website at nerdrotica.com.
Or Agatha.
Or WandaVision. He doesn't like that.
Agatha all along. Yeah. Yeah, don't mention WandaVision. Asher is more fun watching him get creeped out by dolls. Or like a new PC. Yeah, more like a new PC. Yeah. Well, I guess we don't use GoFundMe anymore, do we?
No, what was the GoFundMe debacle? Why did that?
Well, people donated $10 million in a GoFundMe account for the Canadian truckers, and they
wouldn't honor it.
Well, no. Basically, Trudeau wanted to seize it, and then everyone was basically gonna get chargebacks or sue them, so they just refunded everybody's money, like all $10 million. According to Rod, though, during the debate, that it was more of an issue of the funds coming in from outside the country.
Debate?
On your channel, the debate.
Oh, okay. I was like, somebody else did a debate?
No, Rod versus Canadian Spider-Man.
Yeah.
That debate. Yeah, and so Rod made the point that
we're going to be having 2.0 debate, hopefully with Rambling Canuck and Fat Steven Seagal.
Oh,
so it'll
cool.
be a tag team debate.
Oh, right on. Cool. Yeah, I'll definitely be there for that.
It's a definite maybe.
Oh, hey,
all right, man.
What's up, Doc Corbin?
My 4 hours are up.
Hell in the Cell match.
My 4 hours are up. My doctor's dragging me back into my room.
Okay. Well, we gave you a plug, and so thanks for hanging out.
Thanks
Good
for
to have
having
you
me on.
Have a good night.
Later, Cardinals.
See y'all later,
Bye,
man.
Thomason.
Later.
And Ms.
Bye.
All right. Now, let's see. Who was it? Carol, who's the number one insomniac?
Bill? Could it be?
Who's the master of the
I
soup?
am the master of the insomnia soup. And if you don't like it, no soup for you.
Who does?
I am
Buckets of
always
blood.
the master of the insomnia soup.
Buckets of blood.
Bring it
Bill's
to
got a
you.
new show coming up.
A new show?
Yeah.
I
Tell
can't
us
keep
about
track
it,
of all
Bill.
these shows.
Greetings from planet Earth.
That's the name of his new show.
That's the name of it. Okay. Is it a sci-fi show?
It's a show that will echo in the anvils of space when we are gone. To be remembered.
Well, that's cryptic. Bill also does a bomb-ass karaoke stream on Saturday nights, which is a lot of fun. And sometimes other nights.
And Wednesday nights.
And Wednesdays. Yeah. I try to invite people sometimes. But it's late.
For the last karaoke.
Well, there's a friend of mine who I've been to karaoke with in real life many times.
Here's the thumbnail first.
And oh yeah, there you go.
It's somebody? What?
Somebody. Yes. A friend from real life who I've been to karaoke with many times over the years, who I always let him know when Bill's doing karaoke, but I won't say his name.
Yeah.
Calling you out.
Speaking of
friend,
which-
without a name.
Speaking of which, do you have a channel running yet?
No, I don't. I honestly have no content ideas for a channel. I'm kind of thinking about it, but I need like a mic and proper camera and a PC.
Let's see. Oh, hey, I do have your channel link actually. You probably didn't think I have that, did you?
I have a channel.
Technically, you do. So you don't know how YouTube works as well as I do.
Yep.
I have 8 followers.
This channel has no videos, but there are 2 playlists. Well, 2 public playlists. There you go. So there's you. Yeah, as it turns out, if you type in youtube.com, if you know the username, you can just type /user/ then the username, and you can also just take out the word user. So I'm pretty sure this is your channel. We'll find out. Let's see how many subscribers you have. Is it more than 2? Oh, it doesn't even tell me. But I am subscribed.
Where did these playlists come from?
Are those yours?
Hang on. No.
Is that an ad?
Yeah, hold on.
I mean, I think you could actually save other people's playlists, but yeah, what's in your favorites? 0 punctuation. Oh, it's definitely you. That's you for sure. You got 0 punctuation in there.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a bunch of videos I've watched. I don't. Wait a minute. I think I might know where this playlist came from.
Well, favorites is like auto-populated, so anytime you add to favorites, it'll just add it to that playlist.
I love that the touch is in here.
Yes, that's your channel, by the way. That's what people see when they go to your your YouTube channel. If you didn't know. And if you don't know, now you know.
Funny thing is, none of these are any of my favorite 0 punctuation videos, and I don't know how they wound up in here.
Late night YouTubing, probably.
Yeah.
YouTubing on the toilet.
Now
These
it's
things
just the touch.
Oh man, let's see if I can scroll back to the beginning. I've been going for a little while. My goodness. All right. Well, thanks for hanging out, guys. And you know, it's it had been a couple weeks. So I was like, I just need to get back out there and do it. That's what our friend would have said to do.
Yeah. We missed you on the streams.
Yeah. R.I.P. We miss him. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. I know Moss, Greg DeGraff, Ruben, Christopher Haynes, the Time Prophet, Mega Cropper, like a fan, Jenny Coden, Canadian Spider-Man, Pop Culture Curator, the lovely Sherry, Anti-Derivative Jill, Wakazashi's Tea House, Jason Lee Tucker, Brian Hepburn, Captain Trek, Raquel, Harold's Cookies, Dee Dee Myers, Gap Stargate, then Sapphire Elf, Moira Kitty, it's Courtney, Brightest Day, Cold Era, Eldridge Lord Haster, Off Nix, Dead Man Walking 55, Mike Likes Tacos, and Shifty Kism, Or is it jism? Dandelion fluff. Wookiee supremacy. And Wookiee lives matter. And Deej Odyssey. Doc Forbin. Catch us next week, hopefully. And check out everybody on the panel. They all run a great channel. Or one day they will.